Hey there, welcome to the BPL stream again. It is day 2 of the BPL Season 8 regular season. I am Tekujin. I am joined by my awesome co-caster Denji here, and we're going to be starting off with a pretty good match today. I'm going to say for myself here is Snowdrop versus Odin. This is two A-League teams, both losing their first matches in the kickoff tournament. However, both went up against pretty notable teams, especially Odin, who took a map off of the second place runner-up in the A-League bracket. It's Ametori, right? That's Para's team?
Yes.
Yes, so Odin definitely has some shooters. Snowdrop also a roster that is definitely not anything to scoff over either. So I'm personally very excited for this one. How are you feeling about this matchup, Denji?
Yeah, pretty good. A lot of notable players on both rosters that I recognize that were actually part of Para's arc last season. Crow is one of them. On the side of Odin, he was actually one of the captains for Para last season on Frogs and Fire. And then on Snowdrop, Kairos and Luca both played for Frogs and Fire last season. And being in the same organization last season, just watching them play, all of them are really strong. I had to play against Crow as well in SPCS, and I hate Jetpack Cat all the time now, every time I see it, just because of this guy.
I mean, yeah, a bunch of well-versed, well-known names on both rosters here. Plenty of players that I'm sure most BPL veterans would recognize. Something to note is that both of these teams do have quite a couple of very strong support lines, and I'm very interested in the support line rotations for both of these teams. I know that most people will probably focus on the Snowdrop rotation just because there are 4 supports, but I think Odin's supports also have an interesting rotation here. I would assume that you keep Crowan at all times just from an SR and like experience standpoint, but with how double flex has been going lately, I'm interested to see if we do also see an Agua knock Tara at any point just from a strategy perspective. I am interested to watch that support rotation because of that.
I believe Nock has both played main and flex, so if push does come to shove, one of them has to go into main support like Lucio, and Nock can play that just fine if Crow is not in the lineup. Each team only has one main role tank. LCS on Snowdrop and Cam and Odin. LCS, of course, if people don't know who LCS is, well, the guy is mainly a support player. I was watching him kind of just every now and then, and when he was playing for Team Chile in the qualifiers for World Cup. Again, I saw him on a lot of Jetpack Cat. I don't know. Jetpack Cat has just been a cancer. Thank God that Blizzard nerfed that hero this season, and hopefully that catched him meta with it, because Cat did receive quite a heavy nerf to everything that kind of makes Cat really good with transporting Bastion around and keeping the Bastion alive.
Yeah, hopefully, just from a replay perspective, I'd love to not have to put our prod team through that. I'm sure that's a pain to spectate as well. Looking at our schedule for today, we actually have a lot of A-League for our Saturday schedule here. Archmother versus Ametori is also going to be a very good match. I think that if you are interested in where certain teams lie in A-League, that's going to be a very good litmus test. And then Echo Knights versus Zireael, I believe, is that a rematch? I'm checking the schedule from the...
I think
no, it's not.
No. Oh, wait, no. I think Echo Knights played Ametori in the second round.
Yeah, Echo Knights, they took a map off them. So, yes. This is actually going to be a pretty good... It's going to be a pretty good day for A-League. Meanwhile, down in C-League, we have Goblin Goobers versus Demonetized, which will be a fun time, if I say so myself.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty good match to watch in C-League. Spooky, please block Armor Mantra, I beg you.
All right, so as we look at the map pool for today, Antarctic Peninsula is going to be our starting map here. This will be the first time that these teams will be playing the reworked Antarctic Peninsula. I don't know how you're feeling about this reworked map, but I do think it has been very good. I think that the high ground being lowered just a little bit and more accessible on that sub-level map has made that point a lot better to play. But the point that I'm most interested in them attacking is the, I can't even remember what it's called. It's like the drill, you know, the one that has like the big open space.
It used to be called Labs, and then and then they changed the name to Anomaly.
Oh yes.
I don't know why they changed the name, but yeah, they reworked the entire. That one I think had the biggest like shift on the point side, because that backside of the point where the high ground kind of jutted out, it was enclosed. It was completely closed off. You couldn't go in there. But now there's like 2 lanes that you can go to that room. You can kind of kite that direction. I wouldn't recommend going there because most teams I've seen go in there die because it's just a small room.
Yeah, I think it should be a good map though. As we get ready to look at this map and these 2 teams in game for the first time against one another, the first ban we're going to have is actually from Snowdrop here. Zireael is going to be the ban. Because both of these teams only have 1 tank player, it is going to be easier to target ban tanks just because their hero pools are going to be more known, whereas teams with 2 tanks will have a bit more variability, and you can do swaps after the bans have been put in. I think Zireael is just in general a good ban here. And the Mizuki, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of bans, not just in this this series, but throughout these first few weeks.
Yeah, and notably both these heroes did get buffed in the patch that came out. Zireael's energy deterioration got decreased so she can stay higher energy longer. Mizuki had probably one of the biggest buffs to supports with his chain got a 1 second decrease on the cooldown so you can get it up faster again. But the biggest notable one is his Katashiro return, his TP. The time that you're available to have it going got increased to 5.5 seconds, so you have a little bit more time to go find a target, chain them, find the combo, lock them down, and just kind of be more of a nuisance with Mizuki than you could before.
Yeah, and the thing that some players might not take into consideration is that buff is also a very major buff to the speed buff perk that Mizuki has, where when Katashiro Return is active, there's a team speed boost around them, which is a very underrated ability. I think that looking into this ban, I would assume that because the Mizuki is banned, the opposite team is going to be looking for a bit more heavy dive. With the Zireael ban, I think that's more of a general utilitarian ban, trying to target Cam. Cam is flexible, though. I'm not worried about them being boxed out by that. As we get ready to head into Antarctic here,
yeah.
I'm very interested if we're already seeing a lean towards more dive-oriented, potentially. If Numbani is also going to be a good time.
Yeah, I think it would be a good time for Odin as long as they like prevent Cam's Winston getting banned, because Cam does favor the Winston in most dive circumstances. So that'll be a good one to watch later on. But I don't know what part of the map. Oh, is this the blizzard that's just stuck in the ceiling on that one point?
Oh, did sub level get renamed to Anomaly?
I think it might have. 2 of the points got renamed. I can't remember what to what, but sub-level I think did get renamed. And yeah, if you're a hero that has high mobility and can go up, i.e. LCS on the Doomfist, be careful of that ceiling fan that is just a death trap of a blizzard that just keeps going constantly.
You know, I can't believe I forgot, but as we begin this matchup, how could I forget the LCS Doomfist? If you have not played against Snowdrop yet, or if you've not played against LCS on tank, you should be prepared to see the LCS Doomfist.
Oh no!
Oh. All right, and there you saw it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a little bit of an unlucky scenario, because I think LCS meant to slam to the side, and he went off the angle of that weird structure and just went flying off the map. Because of that mistake from LCS, that was just getting Odin control the point really fast here, and a siren almost goes down in the meantime.
Hey man, it happens. Trust me. As someone who had an "it happens" moment last night, it happens.
You had one of the worst "it happens" moments.
Alright, obviously first point flip goes to Odin here. However, because LCS is on Doomfist, they're able to get back to the point very quickly. Kairo's doing quite a bit of damage here on our newest hero, Xion, who is honestly a great time to watch, great time to play. One of the better introductions to Overwatch, in my personal opinion. And doing a good job cleaning up. Osiren also a veteran player here. I think Osiren's been here every season. I think Osiren is one of the like 8 or 10 remaining players who've been in every single season.
I would have to check, but yeah, Siren's been around for, well, I don't start playing till season 6, but yeah, that's when I've never seen his name and stuff. But Snowdrop, the notable difference with Kairos on that Xion is, yeah, Sari does have like vertical mobility and stuff with the Genji, but Kairos has a lot more burst capability with that execution, with the bike, and also the dash is granting overhealth too, just to get out of the way. And we won't talk about Reaper Death Blossom on cocaine, but just her ultimate.
Yeah, and I mean, as this fight has devolved, Cam very quickly finds what's so hard about playing into this enemy comp as Laser is stomped by LCS. Now in the backline, Turget also finding is it Sari? I want to make sure I'm saying that right there.
I think it's Sari, but I'm not sure.
That's what you'd think. Cam, please don't stagger again. Please stay alive. LCS is going to chase this. Yeah, I mean, this comp is so mobile. They can just disengage so quickly. So once you use your spin to try and engage, you're going to find that all you've done is taken some space. You're not actually finding picks. You're going to have to play inch by inch, but the other team is just going to be able to outmaneuver you.
Yeah, like I think the problem that Odin's having is like their comp wants to run on somebody and just kill them, but there's like really not a definitive like front line that you can run on, because everybody can just go run away from the Orisa and leave her out in the open to drive with no cooldowns, which has happened to Cam a couple of times now. Ultimates are getting traded, and Snowdrop has popped 4 ultimates. Odin does pop 4 return, and it looks like Snowdrop is getting the better of it. Cam and Laser do drop 2 on the way out, but LCS is still alive, and Cam, I think, is stuck in Narnia on the point.
I mean, Poyo gets traded out, thankfully. That's about as much as you can hope for, but with only 8% left and his ticks up near 100, Cam will get this touch here, but putting themselves on the line, putting themselves on the point so early is going to mean that all this damage while their team is coming back is not going to be refunded. Blade's going to come out, nothing found with it whatsoever. LCS immediately counter diving, and now we're going to be seeing Kairos from the side with that Osiren pocket. A little motorbike action, throw it, miss it, doesn't matter. Right click, bop. All right, Crow down. This should be 0.1 for Snowdown. Or Snowdown? Snowdrop. Snowdown is a different BPL thing. Snowdrop is who we're watching right now.
Yeah, barring that unfortunate circumstance where LCS just decided he wanted to go swim with the fishes or whatever was down in the depths of Antarctic Peninsula, that was pretty dominant from Snowdrop, because after they managed to get point control back, they never let go of it, and Odin was kind of lost. And that's the other thing with the Genji versus Xion right now is Xion is labeled as a flanker, but in my opinion, she kind of is like an anti-flanker to the Tracer and Genji, just because of that execution that can just drop a target if she hits the head.
I mean, yeah, if we're talking about execute potential, Xion has multiple parts of the kit that can do that. I mean, even against the Tracer, you can, isn't it like a one-shot headshot and a melee?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
with the full charge, it's a one-shot to the head.
The burst potential is so much faster on the Xion that running these, I'll just call them the old heroes, is going to take some extra muster.
Yeah, especially since when Sari goes in with that dash, he doesn't have an escape. Like, Thomas does have more options. He has the dash and the bike to actually choose which ones he wants to get away with. More times than not, the bike's going to be used to engage, just because you can chuck a motorcycle at somebody and just commit vehicular manslaughter in this game now. Thank you, Blizzard.
Turget has found 2 in the meantime. Make that 3, all headshots with that railgun. Cam now just going to be leaving, or attempting to leave. Turget has been around for many seasons at this point, and always someone you can count on to hit those shots.
Yeah, Turget, I believe, also is one of the few players, or one of the players in A that I know. I believe when I checked last time, he was champ 4 on DPS currently, so pretty high ranked player up there on the leaderboards. If I'm Cam, honestly, I would rather play Sigma into what Snowdrop is playing instead of Orisa, just because you do have a little bit more survivability with that Grat and maybe a better stone with the rock. Because once LCS gets his power matrix up, which he does have, you can't javelin him out of that when he's blocking.
Yep. And I mean, yeah, that's a total dynamic shift here. Cam has found 2. Poyo once again getting found by that spear, but finding Kairos as well takes a lot of that slipperiness away from them. LCS going to be dropping there alongside Osiren, and finally, we're going to see Odin get a foothold on this second point.
Yeah, I believe that was just Cam being able to kind of walk up and just do whatever he wanted to, because Snowdrop Snowdrop's comp is wanting to create chaos and a lot of just split the team up. When Odin were able to stay together, LCS really couldn't find a target to punch into a wall with that empowered punch, and he could. And LCS is forced back. That means the rest of his team is kind of left out to dry as nobody is. They're not stacking obviously because they're on Doomfist. As here comes OC on the re-engage, but it's answered by Noctara's rush.
I mean, yeah, knowing how Turget has been doing this game, they're going to want to respect this very, very hard. The rush is going to come out to provide a little bit of burst in their favor, but Kairos getting one trade traded out by Cam yet again. The numbers are in favor of Odin here. 4-3, and I mean that's just going to be a quick ult for ult trade here. Man, these spears onto Poyo have just been diabolical. That was a pretty long one there, but not getting much from that overclock. That's okay. The bigger issue I think is not getting much from Xion's ult. Going in to try and counteract the Kitsune rush, finding nothing with it. Ooh,
yeah, that Laser noticeably switched over to the Cassidy at some point, which it does have to come to target. Here comes the blade out from Sari as he stayed alive. Actually does manage to find a kill. As Kairos almost gets sent off the edge by a nice spear from Cam, as Kairos is staggering quite a little bit, but will actually find the trade on the Crow and might be able to get out of here with his life.
I don't know. They're pretty embedded in the backline right now, and I feel like Odin should be looking for this. Like, why are they not hunting this down? Okay, they're able to get it. Laser is able to find it. That's good. The front line is able to stay where it needs to, and not any ults online for Snowdrop as final fight territory enters here. Osiren's Kitsune rush is really their only hope here. A Boop actually pushes that Terra Surge away, making sure that no one is damaged by it, but I don't think it's enough. Poyo and LCS falling so quickly. This should be the second point going to Odin, tying us up a point for point.
Yeah, I think on this point it's a little bit more open and harder for LCS to get in and find cover at the same time. The other point was it has more enclosed lane, so he can come around a corner with that punch, knock people off the high ground and stuff. This point, this next point,
this point's gonna be the hardest for Doomfist.
It's gonna probably be the hardest for Doomfist, yeah, because the point is just wide open. And notably with Laser switching over to the Cassidy, it does actually Cassidy is kind of a soft counter to that Xion because Xion kind of operates as like a pseudo tracer, but with more burst. But Cassidy, of course, is Tracer's biggest enemy with the flashbang, and what you know, that weakness has kind of carried over with Xion. As if Laser can get the drop on to Kairos on that Xion with the flashbang, the Xion's good as dead.
We're actually going to be... Oh, I thought that we had a Xion on both sides. I missaw that. It will just be Snowdrop once again, Kairos on that Xion. No other changes here by the looks of it. The Cass, I think, was a great swap. Just locking down those flanks a little bit more, providing that extra bit of CC. Having that double flashbang perk also is just so crucial. Getting that up in the second round has been great for them. And ooh, an early slide here. Are they going to be able to save that? No, Turget punished for a bit of an early slide there. Ooh, in the second from Sari. Check in, don't check out. Very nice 2K there to get this.
Yeah, Sari, very quiet on the first sub point, has kind of come alive ever since then. As Turget, I'm pretty sure Turget, if I'm not mistaken, he has double slide available, so I wonder if he accidentally held the button too long and used both slides at the same time.
Yep, could have. We're gonna quickly cut to Kairos throwing a motorcycle. Does not hit anyone for the time being. Gets speared, but it's all right now. We're actually seeing a bit of a standoff here on this side lane. We talked about this earlier, and they're actually going to be putting a bit of a defense here. Does not matter. LCS absolutely demolishes that squishy sideline of Crow and Sari. This is just going to be a swap for all intents and purposes at this point. Any stall coming out at this point is just to get a few more percentage on the board. They will get to 39%, did not get the 40%, and Snowdrop begins to accrue.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a call from Kairos calling out the LCS that he had dropped both Sari and Crow below half HP, because with that Faces of Death perk, Xion gains all the sub rolls, which means anybody who she drops below half HP, she can see through walls.
I mean, speaking of walls, Osiren forgot to stand behind one. Laser, even with the nerfed Silver Bullet, they are going to find Osiren just in the middle of that fight, and LCS is actually going to answer back, so it's going to be 4v4. Point is actually going to flip back in favor of Odin here, which is very big for them. They have more percentage right now, and now LCS just trying to leave as fast as possible, gets speared out of the doorway mid-charge, and now, I mean, Cam just insult to injury. Is Sari able to stay alive here? Another great spear!
Spear from Cam!
Cam is doing great right now. I mean, like we said, Cam great at multiple tanks here. Definitely not a one trick or two trick by any means of the role. And as we get to 62% here, I mean, it's becoming dangerous territory.
It's becoming dangerous territory, especially since Odin only had to expend the Kitsune and Terra Surge. Snowdrop do have both their support ups available, while Odin don't. Here comes the Blade. It will be answered by Beat from Poyo, and here comes that that's free from Kairos. Kairos will find value this time with this, but will die in the process. But
how's Cam alive?
Snowdrop should be able to win this point, unless Cam is just... I finally goes down as Cam on this horse that just has been the immortal horse.
That was actually such a good play by the front line of Snowdrop, realizing that the push was coming in fast from Odin to try and stuff them. They counteract with their own fast push counteractively to try and catch them off guard. It works out great for them. They only lose 2 in the fight. Other team wipes. And now they need to win about 2 fights here. The ult bank is a bit sketchy. I would say it is in favor of Snowdrop, but you don't need ults if you just got Kairos on Shion. Oh, wait, they get the kill cred. They get the kill cred. That's actually so good.
Yeah. If you didn't know, yeah, the motorcycle or joyride, as the ability is called, does have knockbacks. You can knock people off the map with it if they're really close to the edge. And now Snowdrop they do have a couple ultimates available. Odin though they'll have both support ults available. So this is gonna be the bigger break fight for Snowdrop. As here comes the Deadeye out from Laser to engage.
This is a hard fight to win. This is a very hard fight to win for Snowdrop. Target has to burn both of those slides. But also in the meantime, find Laser. The counter charge is going to come in from Odin. Odin does find 2. Cam finding both of them, and now as LCS tries to clean this up. No, it's Kairos. Kairos finds 2. 85% ticking up. Team kill. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch. It's going to be Crow. Crow's going to be the fastest one here. 90% ticking up. Doomfist. LCS trying to mark it. Ooh, they're going to get found. 95%. Is anyone even going to be close to this? I don't think so. It's going to have to be a double slide, I think. Can they touch? No, they're stopped by Poyo.
And Snowdrop, they looked like they're in a horrible position, but Odin are able to find anything early in the fight with that double ult commit, with the triple ult commit, as they also layered the Kitsune rush on top of that. As here's the play the game from Kairos, as it's probably that 4K, and also the motorbike just sending Cam flying off the map. As Kairos, when Kairos is able just to kind of free roam and do what he wants, he is so deadly on that Shion, and there's the bike kill on Cam as he just goes flying off the map.
You know, I'm looking at the stats from this last map, and the thing that I want to highlight is, even though we saw Poyo get caught out a couple times too many as the first pick in the first 2 points, 22 assists on the Lucio compared to Crow's 12. The supports obviously had more assists on the winning team here, but I think that the difference there from Poyo just is from that speed aspect that they're providing. I think that if we're talking about how the Lucio is being utilized in both comps, your Lucio is not going to be doing as much like frontline burst speed with the Orisa comp. You're going to be doing more with your sideline, but with the Doomfist comp and with the Shion, there's so much potential for you to create a play with your speed. You have the potential to have your Doomfist going with your speed or taxi them out. Your Shion is super dynamic with that as well. Even your Sojourn, I mean, like with the double slide, they're super slippery as well. Very, very good plays on the Lucio there, especially on the 3rd point.
Yeah, and the problem that Odin kept running into is when they have control of the point, they were able to hold it down because Cam was just on Orisa. It's really hard to shift. But when they're not in control of the point, Orisa wants to run somebody down, kill them. Well, there's really not a definitive like frontliner or immobile target that Cam can do that to, because of all the mobility cooldowns that everybody has. Arguably, the only person he can do it to is if he hits a spear on the target, and even the target's slippery with that double slide as well. As also with Shion, I mean, a lot of it comes out of communication too, but I just think Shion with the Faces of Death perk up, just allowing her to see those half HP targets through walls, she can calm that out, be like, I have this person below, I have this person really low. And not to mention the Sharpshooter perk, which decreases the cooldown on her bike and dash anytime she hits critical hits. I believe that also counts with their execution, as Odin immediately saying, we don't want to deal with Kairos on Shion anymore. Ban it immediately.
I mean, yeah, that seems like an understandable ban, especially considering that they are not playing the new hero at all. I think that is a totally reasonable decision. Like, Hey, how about we play the heroes that we're comfortable with? If you want to play a fast flanker, go to Tracer or Genji like we are. On the other side, I feel like this is also targeted at Cam a bit. The Ana is going to be banned, making that Winston play just slightly harder. Obviously, plenty of supports to support it, but on Numbani, you would love to have an Ana be able to sit in the back line and just poke heals from afar.
Yeah, and Cam, if anything, Cam will probably try to play the Winston. Odin banning the Mizuki in the first map was kind of like a question mark. Now, especially if they knew LCS potentially was going to run the Doomfist, but now with the Mizuki back, Doomfist, Cam has to, or LCS.
Bless you.
Excuse me. LCS has to be a little more careful on his dives if Mizuki's on the field, because one wrong slam or punch and he's chained and he's dead.
Yeah, I mean, Winston is definitely. If you're thinking about all the dive tanks that you can play right now, Winston takes a lot of patience, which is nothing new. Winston has always been very much a kind of tempo tank, not to use the term that the devs created for Ramatra, as if that made any sense there.
The devs, but he have the stuff the devs say is like they call dominant poke tank.
Ah, yes, my favorite poke tank. And then you see like Hanbin running people down like it's a rush tank or like a Reinhardt alternative.
I mean, she is pretty deadly at close quarters, so.
Sorry, my dog just walked into my room. What's wrong? Are you okay? That dominant classified as a poke tank by the Overwatch devs. Anyways, something that is not sad to think about. Numbani. I've personally really grown to enjoy Numbani. I think that it has led to a lot of really good games for us to watch here. And ultimately, I think that comes down to just how dynamic the defenses can become. Defenses do have high ground advantages for first and second, but I think that there's a lot of ways that the offense are able to break it apart more methodically that lead to some very elongated, more thorough fights.
And we do have some substitutions coming in on both sides. Star Potato has come in for Kairos on Snowdrop, and on the side of Odin, Twisted's in for Sari, and Agua has come in for Noctara. So Odin, Shonin, Camel, Winston, and also Twisted coming in. This guy's a demon on Tracer. I would assume that maybe once he picks up Xion, he'll be really good at that here, but being his teammate in SPCS this past season, Twisted is probably one of the best Tracer players I know.
Interesting swap here, seeing Poyo go over to the Lucio. Also very similar situation where Poyo is able to play both the flex and main support. So happy to see the Mizuki getting played here. On the defense makes total sense. And as this initial walk comes in, seeing Cam on that signature, Winston going to take a little bit of space, and the immediate counter dive is going to come in from LCS on the Diva. And this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about. Keeping that armor above your regular health is very important on the Winston here. And right now they've only got 25. It's going to go down, and now they're much more squishy. Laser finding Star Potato in the meantime. And the DMAC on to LCS. This might be a very fast 0.1 tank. Cam does fall, but I mean, the damage is already done.
Damage is already done as Cam just immediately gets in really early, and I think he must have noticed that Poyo wasn't in a position to actually punish him with chain, because Cam just full sends it onto, I believe, Turkin on the Siren, and Poyo is nowhere near them, so he can't chain and punish Cam at all. So Cam gets away with that and is able to back off, as I'm not sure where Poyo was located, but Cam just really good recognition that knowing that the Mizuki is just not in a position to punish him if he goes.
Something you never want to see on Numbani is 5.5 minute time banks, because second point is not usually somewhere that you stop them, so you can expect they're going to be rolling to third point with quite a bit of time. Right now we're just in a bit of a poke phase. Laser is going to be trading shots with the Ashe of Turgot on the other side, and you know, the Ashe did receive a little bit of a nerf. She's still definitely strong. I mean, Bob is still one of the best abilities in the game, and once that gets up, it's going to make this fight a lot better. But in the meantime, the poke is going to be just between those two, and as this initial dive from Cam comes in, we're going to be seeing that Kitsune Rush pop by Osiren. Chain is going to be missed. Jump jumping back out, and now LCS trying to put a bit of pressure with that Doomfist. Poyo's just trying to keep an eye on that Tracer. Like you said, Twisted is super dangerous on this hero, just trying to make sure that there's no free space being taken there, making sure that side angle is always watched. Bob being thrown in, time to do something, going to hit that corner and do a lot of damage, going to have to use a beat to make sure that it's counteracted. That Kitsune Rush is no longer a safe lane to walk through, the safe pasture is no longer there, and now, as these fights start to break down, it is going to be Cam within this building, a man up, Lucio, or not Lucio, LCS, using the ult and finding Crow, getting smushed. Oh, finding the second just with the hand cannon, the knuckle shot, bang, getting both of the supports.
Yeah, and the Crow wasn't moving that entire time, so even though Odin managed to kind of win the fight, they didn't get any card progress because of that Bob plays from Target, which meant forced laser back, and now Odin, they do have 3 ultimates available. Snowdrop did invest quite a bit, but Poyo is getting really close to that Kekai Sanctuary that can just shut down the OC and the Pulse Bomb.
I mean, yeah, the Kekai Sanctuary is such a good ultimate at this point. And, I mean, Agua finding Star Potato, that's so unfortunate. And now, this sideline is just going to be slowly tickled to death. Poyo just standing over here saying, hey, please ignore me, gonna try and run away. I dropped my little paper doll on the ground and not gonna use it. Just gonna accept the fact that their team has fallen over, and that is going to be point 2 taken. I mean, once this is taken, it is going to be over 4-minute time bang for point 3.
Yeah, and Cam and Twisted are like really synced up on the same page. Whatever target Cam's going after, Twisted is usually right there with them to follow up on it. Which means, and Star Potato really hasn't been able to do much of anything, not really being able to sync with LCS. LCS has just kind of been solo doing everything, and now Turget goes over towards the Emery off of the Ashe, and Emery, even though Emery has been nerfed quite a few times, Emery's still pretty strong, but Twisted does lose out in the 2v1, but Crow just comes back in, boops Poyo, and just leaves.
Yeah, probably had to call out saying, yo, Bros one gets it quick. It is a 3v3. Both tanks have been traded, so now it's just going to be this Emery versus the Sojourn here, and Star Potato, once again, trying to stay alive. Nope, going to get shot yet again, found by Laser's railgun, and now poking a little bit more as these tanks come back to the fray. We do have an overclock here, which is going to be dangerous. Doesn't even need it. Cam just going to squish Turget. And now with Osiren quite low, I'm assuming we're going to see a Kitsune Rush just to try and find a little bit of stabilization. Yes, there it is. Suzu used already. And now Laser going to be trying to make this a bit less dangerous for them. Popping that overclock. Kekai Sanctuary is popped in the meantime by the opposing team. And Osiren does find Twisted. The main thing that we haven't seen, though, the tank, Cam, juggled, and Poyo getting one last boot from Crow to make sure that they're off the edge. Star Potato coming back to try and do something, anything to stall this out. A Suzu from Osiren trying to keep this fight alive. LCS back as well. Cam quite low. The beat from Crow is actually going to make sure that this doesn't turn into a tragic feed. And now a C9 potentially? No, it's just going to be a nice cleanup. LCS stalling out on the point with a little bit of more time, a little bit of health. One last power block, not enough. 318 for Numbani, a very dominant time.
Yeah, and Odin just kind of just setting the tempo pace, just like always being active, not really having that much downtime. And Poyo being on a hero that should be able to shut down Cam on that Winston, just really wasn't having a good time finding the chains. And I believe like Poyo might have been the one time we did see Cam and Poyo face to face. Poyo greeted the chain until Cam tried to leap out, and that's a lot harder to hit a chain on a leaping Winston than it is to hit a chain on a Winston that's just standing there.
Very true. I mean, the scoreboard here, I feel like, is what you'd expect. It was a lot of fight wins for Odin. The only one we really saw Snowdrop win was that second point, that first elongated fight. But the problem with that is, even if you lose one person, that person is going to take 2 times as long to get back from their spawn as the attackers are. It is quite the slog back for the defenders there for point 2.
LCS don't walk out on Hog.
Oh god. Surely not.
If the timer hits 10 seconds and LCS doesn't switch, I feel like LCS might be just trying to find like maybe a hook into a punish on like Cam or Laser to get the first point.
I mean, that's the thing. Like it would work, right? Like it would make sense because you can not only just decimate a Tracer with the hook, she's quite easy to hook if she uses all her blinks. Yep, it's happening. All right, LCS Roadhog debuting in BPL Season 8. I mean, I imagine that a younger LCS would scoff at the thought of them playing Roadhog, but
younger
Year's
LCS.
2026, and there's been crazier things that have happened. I mean, and yeah, just trying to poke out here. First hook is going to go a bit wide, but I mean, hey, it was a Y-axis hook, not necessarily something you practice in scrims that much. And Cam finding Poyo. Poyo once again found out quite early, but in the meantime, Crow saved by the Suzu, and LCS just tries to waddle his way out. No more breather left, and Crow gets a little bit of revenge there for getting tickled down.
Yeah, the problem with a Roadhog in 2026 is he's a big target. And you know what wants to shoot big targets and get railguns? Sojourn.
I mean, Twisted does die there, but okay. The Roadhog experiment is over. It only took one life for LCS to save no more of that, and we're over to Wrecking Ball. Also, not a pick I would necessarily imagine
I feel like
here.
LCS is spinning a wheel to see what hero he plays next. I swear.
We're gonna get a little bit of a Kiri diff here from Osiren onto Agua, and now Osiren trying to stay alive here. A little bit of a wall climb. Crow does find it, so it is 4v4, but the health pools are quite low, and without that Kiri on the side of Snowdrop, they're just going to slowly whittle away. I mean, you have the Lucio heals, but what all is that really going to do? But hey, you don't need heals if you just get the kills. Laser and Crow found out by LCS and Turget, respectively, and now Cam just trying to stay alive. Railgun in hand by Turget, just trying to clean this up, and we're going to have a Tracer duel here. Hold on, Star Potato versus Twisted. Who's going to get it? Recall forced by both of them. One melee, doesn't matter. Osiren is going to take it, and that should be point one. Actually, no, hold on. Are they going to contest this? They might contest it.
Cam was posturing forward. They do have a sound barrier. That will come in, and Agua immediately just drops Osiren on the re-engage. Beautiful re-engage from the side of Odin. I was wondering if they actually were going to go for that, because Crow did get his sound barrier up a lot faster than I think Snowdrop were anticipating, with Poyo only at 80%, but that was just a complete chaos fight across the point. But it looks like Odin are managing to stabilize it out. As Cam just sniped Star Potato across. I don't even think Cam was aiming at Star. I think he was aiming at Poyo and then just shot Star.
Very, very good recontest there. I mean, they had the beat as well to make that so much more strong and keep them a bit more, just a bit more healthy on that point. And the chaos, they thrived in it. And now, as we head towards 1 minute here, Snowdrop, they do have all 5 ults. The Kitsune Rush is going to be used, but with Cam marking it, trying to keep them from using it, they're going to pop the Primal, and with it, hold on, can they get the Kiri as well? No, the TP is going to come out. They do find Target so far. Oh, just cleans it up, says hello, you thought you were out. Nope, you're back, welcome. Say hello to the back of my Gorilla Fist. Laser says, hold that.
I think Laser might have walked on top of that pulse bomb. I don't think that was a stick. I think Laser just accidentally walked on top of it, or he's just BMing as... oh no, he's just getting fucked up by LCS. Oh wait, what? Oh!
Beautiful peel from Crow. And now I mean, this is dangerous. This is last fight territory. Crow, or LCS is getting poked out quite a bit. You see...
Oh, Twisted! Oh!
We already saw LCS fall off the map. We don't need to see anyone else do it, alright? We've had enough of that humiliation ritual.
I don't know.
LCS back on the back line here, trying to do something with the beat, but it doesn't matter. I mean, when there's an overclock, you're just going to get shot. You're a big old circle just rolling around, asking to get shot. Crow! Walking into the mines, and Turget finding the Sojourn diff just when it seems like it's all falling apart for the side of Snowdrop. They miraculously find the kills. The skill diff finally coming into effect for them, and Turget with a second rail, cleaning up that last pick on the Tracer. Still a little time compared to what Odin had, but hey, they're still in it.
They're still in it. LCS goes over towards the Diva now, as those mines from LCS did a lot. Like, Crow dies to one by just walking into it, and he nearly actually picked off Twisted, because Twisted uses the recall to get back onto the map and nearly recalls into the minefield, but ends up just on the edge of it. Well, now Snowdrop lacking in both teams lacking in ultimates completely across the board. Target will just die to Cam. I believe that might have been a long range right click with Laser's railgun shot connecting LCS, because D-Mech then was going to be staggered, but Agua decides to put a kunai into their dome and end that.
I mean, yeah, this is a very similar situation where you get that cart past that first corner, and this is where the true hold for second begins. At least the first one, because when you also got to get it to the end, because that cart can stop half a meter away and just stall out. back to the D.Va. LCS, once again, on that musical chairs rotation. The D.Va, I think, is a good pick here, just also being able to shut down Laser on that Swordsman, who has been doing quite a bit here. Suzu's going to be forced, and now, as we're just in a poke phase here, LCS actually taking quite a bit of space here in the side. Yeah, Twisted is poked out. Great play there, realizing that their team was poking him out. And ooh, Cam finding a very good pick here, but the spawns will be in their favor with that Kitsune Rush now on the point for the side of Odin. LCS is going to get D-Mech, no bomb to try and remech, and now this is all Odin in the kill feed, all Odin.
Yeah, despite Twisted going down first, Cam is able to isolate Turget away from Osiris and kill Osiris, and then Turget doesn't have any cooldowns left and connects the Cam, and then Cam just comes back and finds another 2 picks. As Camelot's Winston has just been a big issue for Snowdrop, as Cam has just kind of been everywhere at once. Like, you think he's in one place and then he just appears randomly in another place. Twisted is getting marked out on the side lane by Star Potato, but holding his own, looking for a potential pulse, as Aqua just immediately just doubles Star Potato and Poyo punches Twisted upside the jaw.
I mean, yeah, this is just another great fight win for Odin. They do lose one. Will they lose a second? They're hoping that they can get it. Do they use bomb? I mean, yeah, you don't want to stagger, but I mean, it's been an unfortunate merry-go-round of tanks right now for LCS. Nothing is seeming to work, and I don't think it's necessarily the tank that they're playing is the issue. All right, Mauga, 4th tank unlocked. All right, let's see if this is the one. It really is. I just think that Odin is just understanding this map better, or playing it better. Now that there is a Mauga, Cam is going to have to be a little bit more patient with how they are playing this. Suzu is going to deny that stomp from stunning Cam out. The bubble is going to be used quite early along with that Kitsune Rush. Is anyone going to touch the point? All right, no C9, no embarrassing C9. No Century of Humiliation for Snowdrop just yet. They do have a beat and an overclock here. A pulse bomb as well. Okay, the overclock from Odin is going to pop, and their beat. Oh, they use both of those ults and get nothing for it. Do we see the counter ult now? Yes, the ult from Turget is going to be popped. Massive Suzu to stay alive. Laser to make sure to stand still and make that as easy as possible for Osiren to hit it. And now with Laser poking this out, we're going to just be seeing, is anyone able to survive this? LCS taking a lot of damage. Cam, meanwhile, healthy, ready to go in. C9!
Oh no!
No!
The rush gets pushed down. Cam goes into the backline and just distracts. And I think LCS dies, who was the one contesting the cart. And I believe that might be the first C9 of BPL, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I mean, it's not the most egregious one. Like, let's be fair.
There's definitely been worse ones.
Yeah, like there was plenty of stuff going on, but man, that's a rough one.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Now, we do go to looking at the stat line of both teams. It was just like even the stat line just shows Odin the kill in everything as. LCS, to give you a perspective in the tank duel, Cam was 28-3 and LCS is 10-10.
Yeah, I mean, it just wasn't clicking there. And like I said, just because your tank goes 10 for 10 does not mean that the tank was the issue. There's plenty, especially on a map like Numbani, where a lot of it is making sure that your team is setting up so that the off angles are in your control. There's a lot more that the team as a whole needs to do, and not just like me tank, me take space. I would say that Snowdrop might need to work on their Numbani there, and Odin, I mean, lights out performance on that map.
Yeah, especially after the kind of like a little bit of a fumble on the first map that they had. But we are going to throw it to a quick break to let these teams kind of regain their head, and LCS hopefully not spinning a wheel to decide which hero he's going to be playing. All right.
All right, welcome back. 1-1 tied up after that second map. A dominant performance from Odin on Numbani as we head to Esperanza. Momentum shift obviously in Odin's favor. However, I'm not going to count Snowdrop out of this by any means. Both teams are very adaptable and very strong. I think that the ban phase here is going to make it more clear what the plan is. Snowdrop does get that initial ban. I don't know if they're gonna ban the Winston, if I'm being honest. Yeah, they're gonna opt for the Tracer. I mean, you said it yourself. Twisted is a demon on that hero, and the amount of damage they were doing on those sidelines, keeping the off angle of Snowdrop contained, they're just like, enough. We don't want to see more.
And Odin respond by saying, well, you're not going to protect your Doomfist. We'll just get rid of LCS's strength in the Doomfist. As so far, LCS has only shown flashes of brilliance or brilliance at all on the Doomfist, besides that one mishap on Antarctic. So Odin electing just to get rid of it, this probably could signal that LCS is probably just going to lock Malga on this map, as Malga is viable in Esperanza. So I won't be surprised if both teams maybe shift back towards, if we see like a Malga come out from Snowdrop and Odin, potentially maybe shifting Cam more towards the Orisa-centric comp like they played on first map, now that the Doomfist is gone. But now they have to deal with the Xion, who's back on the table.
I mean, yeah, Xion being back for Snowdrop is a game changer. We saw Kairos do massive work there. I do think that the Doomfist ban is unfortunate. I would definitely say it is LCS's strongest tank, at least from like just a litmus test. Both from this match and also as someone who's scrimmed against it a couple times. They're quite good at that character. I think the important thing here for LCS is to just remember that not all problems are solved with the H key. Sometimes it's a matter of just making sure that like you're engaging at the right time, or like people are set up for stuff. Something that was sorely missing in that Numbani attack were tank ultimates, which are extremely important for taking space and putting pressure on space. And when you swap off of that, you lose that space taking chance with those big powers. We're going to be seeing the Zarya versus Diva. If you're in Plat, you'll say that Odin has already won, but that's not how that works. I think that what we're going to watch here is, has Odin learned how to contain Kairos?
Yeah, especially now with, I will say Zarya might help contain him a little bit more, just because the bubbles can save any target that Kairos is going after, potentially, if they're in Lenistheta cam. As also, Sari's coming back in for the side of Odin, and Snowdrop, of course, Kairos back in for them. As early bubble here out on the Sari, nets a little bit of charge for Cam. Actually, both bubbles go onto that Genji, as Cam just immediately finds Kairos out of nowhere.
I mean, yeah, Kairos just standing next to their Kiriko, like, hey, can I get a heal? Nope, just one tick of damage is able to end their life there. Cam, in the meantime,
Cam was going on an adventure, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that was just unfortunate pathing there. The team was not able to get any heals to them. In the meantime, Laser going to be poked down, and that will be a first fight win for Snowdrop, even though they did lose Kairos, who by all accounts was contained, like we said Odin needed to do. It just devolved a little bit, getting too spread out. And as this push commences, Cam is going to be walking back in, one bubble down. What are we looking for here?
I think they're looking for bubble cycles with the Genji, of course, because that's how Cam's going to get the charge and able to melt LCS out of that mech, because LCS already goes to half HP as it forces the Suzu out of a Siren. The bot is moving this entire time in the wrong direction for Odin, and Cam manages to find Pogi in the meantime. Kairos is forced all the way back, and a far-range right click from Cam will just delete that Hashimoto leader out of the server, as Cam had a little bit of a mishap on the first fight, where I think like it was just a disjointed miscommunication, where Cam wanted to continue pushing the advantage, but the rest of his team was forced back by the Diva, I believe, of Snowdrop. And Cam just realizes that he's out to dry, tries to get away, but then just gets dropped. But after that, Cam just with, I believe, 4 kills in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, and we are going to be seeing ults come online here. This will be our first ult fight. Snowdrop does have a little bit of a lead, but I mean, that doesn't matter if Kairos is dead again. I would like to point out, if we're talking about ults, Kairos is only at 46% energy after, or 46% ult charge after 3 fights. Bomb is going to be thrown into the air, finding nothing. That's okay. Going to get back in the mech, full and healthy. Cam, in the meantime, is going to be on that off angle. Kitsune Rush is going to be dropped by Siren, just trying to find any stability here. Cam caught off once again. No support's able to help. Is anyone able to get this kill? All right, the TP in and the Suzu is going to ensure that Cam stays alive. In the meantime, Turget found by the Blade of Sari. And I mean, it's just going to be another cleanup. Is Kairos able to stay alive here? Still trying to find some value here. Kairos has fallen off a little bit on this Xion performance so far. Lead has not been taken yet. 1 meter separates them, and now they get it. Poyo falling does ensure that the first checkpoint is taken by Odin.
Yeah, Kairos was able to kind of split up targets and be a little more chaotic on the first map, as LCS was on the Doomfist, creating more chaos. Now without the Doomfist, Kairos really doesn't have a distraction tactic. You feel like everybody's looking at LCS and then he gets in. So he's been contained pretty well on this map. As LCS over to the manga again, as OCL from Turget, it will be answered by the sound barrier from Crow, and here comes the grab surge from Cam. It does miss 3.
I mean, that's a great beat from Poyo. Cam is going to fall from that. Turget is dead in the meantime. But now, this is where the Mauga, I think, provides a really good opportunity for this to swing back into Snowdrop's favor. With that Xion, you can run in, but with the Xion down right now, they just have to hold. Nope, LCS says, no, do not listen to that. I'm actually going to run in because I'm big and I'm Mauga. I can walk in and hit E and do whatever I want. Charging back out, trying to stay alive. Are they able to stay alive? Oh, they're so weak. Yes, 5 people on the team there. Oh, massive ult! Spin to win thrice. Kairos gets 2.
Yeah, but that's not the best. I mean, they do win the fight, but they have to invest sound barrier.
Wait, they use Kitsune?
OC. They have to use everything in the bank just to get that fight win. As Odin are sitting on a potential Kitsune Blade combo coming up, or even just a Kitsune from Agua just to run down Kairos or Turget.
I did not realize how many ults that they had popped there, and you're totally right. Cage is really all that they have to hope for, but that's not going to be this fight. In the meantime, Odin has quite a few ults that are going to be coming online too. LCS hits a quick 180, says, nope, forgot my glasses at home, got to hit a U-turn, stopped by the Dollar General, and now as they take refuge in this mega health pack, the bot is just going to be taken. Yeah, this is an unfortunate rotation. The bot is just being taken away. They're able to, yep, Crow's just going to walk it, and this is unfortunate. They need to die. They need to reset.
The weird thing was the entirety of Snowdrop walked into that mega pack side on the wrong side of the map, and Kairos, I believe, tries to make a play for the backline, but it's completely on his own and just gets killed for it. Kairos does manage to kill Crow, who was on the bot, but now
honestly, that's about as much as you can ask for from that fight, is Kairos stopping Crow from getting it all the way back, which is unfortunate. I mean, speaking of unfortunate, you've got Kitsune Rush and Blade for this next fight. If they're smart, they'll go quick, and yes, they do. Sorry, it's time for me to go. Good cage. I don't know if LCS is going to be able to survive that. Nope, going to be falling immediately. They even drop the cage to try and stay alive, but the damage just comes in too quick. 5 all down, and as this push bot continues to go, I mean, this is where push enters that dangerous territory. LCS swaps again.
Push enters that dangerous territory. LCS over to the Wrecking Ball, and Odin are doing a pretty good job of getting Snowdrop into the grinder, and LCS gets stuck in the bot. Odin still have 3 ultimates available. Here comes the ground surge. Three with the 1 right click to the face.
That was a single right click. LCS is actually so poked out right now. This is really bad. LCS needs to get a health pack. Yeah, but like LCS needs to get the touch. The team is surely the Xion doesn't touch here. Well, actually no, you can touch. Yeah, good play. LCS is back, going to get a slam here. The overclock is actually going to be popped by Laser. I'm surprised by that. I would have expected Laser to maybe save that, but I guess to stay alive against that Kitsune Rush, beat is going to come in from Crow. They're saying, hey, screw trying to be meaningful and conservative with our ults. We're just going to try and win this now. A nice little right click from Turget there onto Laser, trying to find the diff. Cam finding Osiren. The damage, the energy, it's too strong. Are we going to find another right click merchant moment? No, the beam is enough. Left click Larry in the lobby. Cam is going to get found by the bike, but is it enough? Is it enough from Kairos on the Xion? The Xion that needed to be contained, which I would say definitely was. LCS falling, and a full cap from Odin. A momentum swing in Numbani leads to quite a good win for the team.
Yeah, and I mean, they ban out, with Odin banning that Doomfist, it just caused a point where LCS can't create chaos. He can't be a distraction to allow Kairos to go and do whatever he wants. So Kairos was playing like he still had the Doomfist. And you know how that Doomfist is, there's that right click from Cam, just killing 3 with 1 hit, as when Snowdrop looked the best on the map 1. That being said, that map, Cam didn't have access to the Zarya, and LCS still had the Doom available. The instant the Doom's out, everything falls apart for Snowdrop. Like, LCS can't find a tank where he can cause a massive distraction to open up more space for Kairos. And, I mean, the stats lines show as nobody on Snowdrop broke double-digit kills.
Wait. Actually, wait. Oh, wait. Ooh, that is rough. That's a, I mean, hey, it happens. And I mean, Snowdrop shouldn't hang their heads too low. They did have good fights, and they did take map 1. I think that if you, going out of this match, if you're Snowdrop, you just make sure in your next scrim to work on the non-Doomfist comps, because hey, your Doomfist comps, they're good. You got that on lock. You will be fine when that is not banned. Just trying to figure out what that second more stable comp is, because I don't know if it was figured out yet. The number of tank swaps, I think, wasn't necessarily like trying to find the right key for the keyhole. It was more so, I don't think it was ever decided like what the go-to like backup was, and they can figure that out. I'm not worried about it, but Odin will take this. If you had to give an MVP for this, who would you think?
Cam.
I mean,
honestly, just yeah. It might be a little bit biased because I'm a tank player myself, but Cam, even on the first map where they were losing fights, Cam was always able to trade out like 2 or 3 on the way up before going down, and then when he was fully unleashed and able to do what he wants on both Esperanza and Numbani, Cam just was like a one-man army, just kind of just going in, killing 3, and then leaving, and then rinsing and repeating.
Did the Shanghai Dragon steal the Odin color scheme?
At least, let's just say that Odin are the Shanghai Dragons that won, and not the 0-42 Shanghai Dragons, because that would be bad.
Yeah, very, very good play by Cam there. Definite momentum shift in Numbani to lead into that. And hey, it's the first game of the season for Snowdrop. This is not a death knell by any means. So no worries. Just fix what didn't work in the next game next week. And I'm excited to see how both of these teams go. Looking at the A-League standings, I don't feel like. Let's see. It hasn't been all 2-0s.
We just had
right, because we just
had 2-1, yeah.
Yeah, there were some 2-1s in other leagues. I got confused. I confused myself. Ignore me. I'm old. Yes, first 2-1 of the A-League season. And I am interested to see Odin as they continue. Obviously, you've played 1 match. I would like to see them face Ametori. I think Ametori right now is kind of the litmus test for the Assassin League, since Ametori got to 2nd. But hey, it's a long season. Anything can change. You're not out until you're out. You could be in loser's bracket and still win the whole thing. So no reason to hang your head low. As we look into the rest of the schedule for today, speaking of Ametori, going to be facing Archmother, who had quite a different start to their season. Very quick 2-0 out in their preseason kickoff bracket. So this should be a good chance for Archmother to try and make a statement. We will see you guys shortly. All right, welcome back. Match 2 for the night. This is actually even more interesting than I initially thought. Archmother versus Ametori. As we talked about, Ametori was the second place team in the kickoff tournament. They lost to the overall winners, Siren Song. Siren Song, meanwhile, beat Archmother in their very first game, 2-0. So Archmother, their first match and their only match so far has been against the team that 2-0'd every single match and won the whole thing. So I think that this has very interesting implications for A-League. If Archmother does poorly, I think that shows that the other side of the bracket or if they do poorly, I think then there might be a bit of concern. But if they do well, I think that even if they lose to Ametori, but they do well, I think that there's still plenty of hope for this team, just because you've literally faced the number 1 and number 2 teams respectively so far. So literally nothing to lose here. Only thing that you can do is show up and show what you've got. It's week 1. This is the first match that actually matters. I'm excited to see what they have.
Yeah, and I can't. It's been like a common theme. Like, it wasn't like theme in B League bracket, but I just want to point out commonality. In the A League bracket for kickoff and the C League bracket for kickoff, one team 2-0'd their entire side, and the other team 2-1 their entire side on their way to grand finals. And the team with 2-0'd ended up actually 2-0'ing the other team eventually. Ametori versus Siren Song, though, in that finals, first map was kind of a stomp in Siren Song's favor. The second map, though, I went to 0.5 on Flashpoint, but so Ametori, they have a lot of talent on the roster. It is a Para org, so of course it's going to be pretty stacked and loaded, because Para always usually has a knack for finding talent in his orgs. Looking at Ametori as notable names on this roster, I mean, Zimzif has been around for quite a while. Frostfire, I think this might be one of his first seasons in BPL, if I'm not mistaken, but I would have to check. Essol's been pretty solid when I've seen him. Stel Luna, Cry has been around for quite a while, as well as Matt Berger, who was like mainly playing the tank for them so far. I haven't seen a Luminous, even though Luminous can play the tank as well. So I don't think he was there for any of their matches during the kickoff bracket, but this team's pretty stacked in talent, as when they are able to kind of do what they want to do, like get set up Frostfire, enable Matt Berger, help Esso, like they are really deadly. But Cyrus just did a really good job of shutting down all 3 of those tanks at once.
Yes, and as far as Illuminous goes, I think Illuminous is there today. I know Caladrius scrimmed against Ametori, and I think that Illuminous might see some tank gameplay. It just depends, I think, on what tanks they ultimately end up playing or what tanks get banned. Illuminous definitely has like a hero pool, where I think Matt Berger is more of like a generalist tank that they'll probably consider their starting tank. So I'm interested to see what that rotation looks like. Meanwhile, on the other side, with Archmother, lovely blues, by the way. Also, some names that might be recognizable to some. Twists and Salad, both well-known players on the DPS role. Mani, also a name that has been around for quite some time. But, I mean, even Zipital, I think that the DPS on this team are really the shining point. A lot of names that you recognize, people that you would recognize from the kill feed, people that have made big plays in the past. I think that their win condition is really enabling those players.
Yeah, and they do have Barry as their main like role tank player. As Barry last season, him on Primal Pineapple was pretty solid tank player, and so having him just making space for the DPS for his team to kind of pop off and whatnot. As there are, I'm not sure who their supports are. I'm guessing it's probably going to be maybe Oblivicator and Monty, or it could be Twist as well, because there's 4 people that have multiple different roles listed, and so there's not a definitive support line that I can pick out besides like maybe Monty. Yeah,
it's very fluid, and that's honestly sometimes dangerous for teams that have all of those choices, because you don't lock something down early enough. And it is early in the season, so we might see some experimentation with who's playing what roles, but the important thing is to just try and lock that down within a couple of weeks, because the last thing you want is to be trying new rotations when it matters at the very end. Hey, look what maps it is. It's the same ones that we had in the last one. So if you like Antarctic Peninsula's reworked state, we will be going back there. We had a good 2-1 in the last match with Odin and Snowdrop, so hopefully we have another banger here. Going into this, if I'm thinking about bans, I'm trying to think, Ametori. I feel like Ametori might lean towards a tank ban against Matt Berger. Not because Matt Berger is a one-trick, but just because I think it protects their tank. You have to remember that with the ban system, sometimes it's more important to protect your role that you want to have from a ban, more so than taking a hero away from the enemy team.
Yeah, Matt Berger, watching him play, he kind of seems more of like a... If you have never played Overwatch 1, you're probably not even going to know what I'm talking about. An off-tank hero pool, like the Zarya and the Sigma. As yeah, if you're just an Overwatch 2 player, you probably don't even know what I'm talking about. But yes, we did have main tank and off tank back in the day. Please Blizzard bring back 6v6 permanently as the main mode. But Matt Berger having that more like off tank centric hero pool means that they're probably going to try to protect either the Sigma or the Zarya. Probably the Zarya, because Matt Berger did play Zarya, I think, mainly on control for the Ametori during their run through the kickoff bracket.
Yeah, I would assume Zarya. Matt Berger's played a lot of that hero, and with the buffs, I mean, a lot of balance changes. Some more nothing Berger, not to make another burger pun because it's Matt Berger, but Zarya does have a bit of that energy sustain now, where it doesn't decay as fast. So I mean, yeah, if you're going to be high charge all the time and you have the aim for it, lock that in. I think the important thing to remember is that map 2 is Numbani, though, and we just saw what that can do to the momentum of a game in our last match. Very different from Antarctic Peninsula. Game mode aside, the layout of the map is going to be a lot more dive-centric. If I had to posit a guess, I would think that they play Matt Berger for map 1, and then Illuminous comes in for Ametori on map 2 to play Winston, because I know Illuminous is a Winston player. So I'm going to assume that that's the planned rotation. I would just have to hope that they don't get target banned by Archmother in that case, if that's what they end up going for. Yeah,
I mean, I could see that happening, but I believe that subs take place after bans come through. So if like Archmother think they big brain it and ban Winston, they could potentially just fall into the trap and be like, we're just gonna keep Mapper again and we're gonna play Diva or something like that.
and then Illuminous can play support. Yeah, like once again, these players that have those roles open and are good on all the roles bring a lot of dynamic ability to the team in BPL, which is cool. It's cool to see the off roles. And as we get ready for the match here, I think we're just squaring a few things away in the lobby here, getting ready with the bans. Look how many DPS there are. So many.
There will be, as Archmother electing to get rid of well, I think you called it. We're gonna see this here banned quite often. Mizuki off the board already for the side of Archmother, just not wanting to deal with that brand new buffed former Hashimoto clan member. I say former because if you watch the lore, yes, Mizuki is not part Hashimoto anymore. He rebelled.
On the other side, we have Tracer getting banned, which I can see that. Even if the Mizuki ban comes through and you would expect them to play the dive, Tracer's going to make sense. But I also think that the Tracer players on Archmother can be a bit dangerous. So just a general ban. I feel like both Mizuki and Tracer are going to be bans you see quite a bit, at least for these first few weeks of this new patch.
Yeah, as this kind of opens up, like now it's gonna be like, if Ametori elected to play Essel on the first map, then we're probably gonna see Genji, because Essel has pretty much only played Genji when I've seen them play. Archmother, who knows? We might see another potential team pulling out Xion, as Xion has seen. We saw her played in the last match with Odin and Snowdrop, and also watching pro play. It's mainly been Korea that's mainly been forcing Xion comps all the time, as Korea does. Korea usually always sets the meta. But some NA and EMEA teams have been trying to mess around with Xion as well in pro play, as Xion, again, she kind of is the replacement for Tracer. Like, if Tracer isn't off the board, Xion's a pretty good substitute pick for a Tracer. She has mobility to move around the map with the dash and the bike. She has a pretty high burst combo with the execution into primary fire melee. And her ultimate is... It doesn't charge as fast as Tracer's, but you have 3 bursts of a 300 damage spin cycle of hell. So... But yeah, she is pretty vulnerable during that animation, so you can shut her down during it.
Yeah, it's an interesting ultimate. It definitely has the ability to shift team fights, but it needs the right environment to do that. We have been seeing a lot of support ults paired with it. Both Kitsune Roshi and Nano Boost really help to enable that, but you can still use it by itself. With the dashing spin, it is a bit easier to survive just because you are moving, as opposed to the static one. I feel like you should never use that one, regardless of that.
I've only seen the static spin used if you don't confirm the kill with the dash one. You're close enough, you static spin to finish, but usually it's been the dash one to engage. I feel like it's just like, it's either pretty well support ultimate, like you said, or it's like kind of like my tank goes in, they're all looking at my tank, Xion ult comes in, suddenly there's just complete diversion across the board to everybody shooting different targets. The Xion kind of goes in undetected and then just kills everything.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the in-game chat here. They're just and then they're figuring out who they want in right now. I think I don't think it's because
I don't know why that reminded me. Somebody on Twitter actually found the Xion April Fool's voice lines for when that comes out.
Oh wait, I haven't heard them. What are they?
Oh, there's infinite bullet glitch. And then one of my favorite ones is, I believe they did the, and one of my, I'm not kidding, they actually did make her say, and then I just started blasting.
Oh my god.
But like, I think the main one that you'll probably hear when she ults in April Fool's mode is infinite bullet glitch, which it literally is. And it kind of goes with the fact that she's a robot or Omnic or whatnot.
Yep. I'm really, I said this at the start of this match. I'm very excited to see what Archmother has to bring to this. Anything, if they take a map, I think that it's a great sign for them. And if they don't, hey, it's week 1, no worries. But the caliber of teams that they have had to face so far is literally the best from what we have to go off of. So they have only anywhere to go but up, and starting against a tough opponent might seem rough, but hey, get it out of the way early and maybe sneak away a win.
Yeah, and even if it's a 2-0, but it's a close 2-0, because people, if you see 2-0, you're like, oh, okay, this team's got stumped. But if you watch the match, then you might see, okay, they made like 99, 90, 99, 100 on all 3 points to control, or the final, or Escort just came down, or Nubani just came down like to one fight where something happened. As Archmother, I believe, do not have Barry, so I think they might be using a ringer as DU on Reinhardt. That is kind of funny to look at, as Ametori. Matt Berger showing Doomfist. I don't think he'll play Doomfist unless he wants to do his best LCS impression and potentially slam off the map in the first fight as well. But Ametori looking to stay with this comp. Never mind. We're gonna see a Sigma from Ametori with the Xion, as both sides actually are playing Xion. So this is the first mirror of Xion we're going to see.
Interesting pick of the Reaper here. I mean, it will do an okay job of marking flank, but there was a health nerf to the Reaper guy, so holding those side angles will be a little bit tougher. Right now we're just seeing that initial poke phase. It is going to be Ametori taking point side right now, while Archmother pokes from ship side, and now form being used early for offensive purposes. It is going to force Matt Berger back for the time being, and now with point coming their way, will Matt Berger touch? Yes. Shield up, DUI, DU down. All right. That is going to be point 1 probably for Ametori, as, yeah, Jelly's just poking in the backline here. What are you doing? Oh, right, yeah, just reset. Just quick reset.
Yeah, Ametori do a really good job of catching that aggression from DUI in the Nemesis form. As soon as the Nemesis form goes out, goes down, Matt just walks up, throws a rock into DUI's face, and he explodes. As Archmother's confidence got a lot more. Just we're gonna stick together, run somebody down, but there was just a complete split between DUI and the rest of his team. As he goes in, Jelly is not in a position to walk. Zippy is not even there. Noct and Salad are nowhere to be found. So a little bit of a split up in this comp that should just be kind of a death ball.
Field is used very early here, and as you see, Ametori doesn't really give it any respect. They just stand, realizing that the pressure's not there. Oh, hold on. Do we still have Form? Okay, yes, Form is going to be used defensively here. Zippy on the Xion, trying to stay alive. The bike is thrown in, and the point will flip, but in the meantime, DUI is so low, and now with this rush, Matt Burger misses a few shots. That's okay. Yep, DUI is going to be found in the meantime. And now the cleanup is coming through. The flip going back very quickly to Ametori.
Ametori did a really good job of recognizing that Matt is not in a position to actually anchor the point at all or in any shape to. So they back up, they stabilize him. They wait until DUI's Nemform is gone, knowing that he doesn't have the Annihilation to repop. And Zimziv just puts Kitsune Rush back on the point. They re-engage. Archmother aren't in a position to actually match it either because I don't think Salad had it available. DUI just drops immediately, so just a really good push-pull coming out of Ametori, backing off when they need to and then re-engaging when they have the resource advantage.
DUI once again in. It's going to be 4 ults versus 4 ults. It's kind of last fight territory. Flux is going to be popped by Matt Burger. The Ram is found. In the meanwhile, Zimziv is going to get picked, but the pick is reciprocated. And, I mean, yeah, it's 4 Qs. 4 Qs hit for Archmother to take that point. They realize it's their last fight to get this back in their favor, but Ametori only used the Flux. They used the Flux, and now they keep the other 3.
They keep the other 3, and Cry, really good discipline to hold onto that beat and not pop it to try to match Nox, as Nox uses Sound Barrier in that fight. After there's a couple kills already confirmed for Archmother, and now Ametori, they have all these ultimates coming in. Frost out with the overclock already, and Salad just gets the lead in from the game.
I mean, yeah, this off angle is so dangerous. Thankfully, a shot is missed. If you are a Noct fan, Noct gets to stay alive for another day. And now it's going to be Stella Luna spinning around, trying to find a pick. The shield dance is actually quite good, but it doesn't matter. DUI is going to fall, and Jelly, the ult is too late. The Sig hand is going to be right in the face, and you know, there is still time for one more fight. The problem is that they don't have any ults, and Ametori are going to have the rush from Zimziv, which is really, really hard to play into.
Really, really hard to play into, and if Ametori, you might be if Matt Burger gets like bursted low again, you might be okay just like by relinquishing the point and coming back.
Oh, the rock!
It let them just it let them and Matt Burger just combined a complete shutdown Zippy, and that was their touch.
Unfortunate. It happens. I mean, the Xion definitely is who you would hope to get the touch there, but you can't ride a motorcycle through a rock. I don't know if you know this, but Overwatch is realistic in that depiction of a motorcycle flying into a rock being thrown at you at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, that also explains why somebody when Xion first came out, people on Twitter were like, "Can you deflect Xion's bike as Genji?" And then there's a clip posted of, "No, you can't deflect the bike as Genji."
This may surprise you, but if you go and stand in the middle of a highway with a very small katana and attempt to parry a bike, you'll die. So don't do that. Don't do that, kids. Speaking of bikes, that bike is going to get thrown very surreptitiously into the enemy front line. No one's there yet, so it doesn't matter. And so it's just going to be trying to clear out Jelly. Is it Jelly or Gelly?
Almost one taps them. Yeah, Jelly almost dies through that execution. I think Seluna did manage to hit the head, but Ametori don't really have that great positioning, but Matt just uses that levitate perk to float to the high ground, and that will proc DUI to use Nem form on the high. But this is the kind of like where this point is like a little more doable now, as you're able to kind of just force the point, force the enemy team down low, and Matt Burger just says, "Okay, you're going low, I'm going up."
Yeah, I mean, this is great movement by Matt Burger, just being a nuisance from all angles. However, hold on, are they able to stay alive? The punches are coming in. No, Matt Burger will fall. I think DUI does find that for the first time, and getting that second bike does come in. Ramatra is not a parking garage, just in case you were wondering. And Stella Luna doesn't care. Says, please hold this bike. And even though Archmother did take that first point, it's going to go to Ametori for the first, I would say, true take.
Is a Xion killing a Ramatra considered friendly fire because they're both Omnics?
Yeah, probably.
But Ametori...
Ramatra's voice line's calling her sister, yeah.
Well, I mean, he calls anybody who's a robot. He calls Arista sister, I think, doing some whatever. But Ametori, they do have like a lot of control here with the point. But Jelly puts a railgun through the dome of Zimzif, and now Ametori, without their carry, I think they're just gonna elect to probably try to maybe stall this one out. Matt is doing a good job of just kind of being a nuisance on the point, just floating up and down. But DUI puts an end to that Gravity Man's fun, and will send him back to spawn.
Yeah, that was a great fight from Archmother. The initial pick was good, but also just the general wrap around the bottom of the point from Zippy on the Xion was very good to find an extra pick there. Full rail from Ametori here. Nothing going to be found yet. Ults are coming online, and once again we see Ametori getting to these ults just slightly faster. I say that as Archmother is going to go on the aggressive with the Kitsune Rush. They have a beat. They have a Ram ult as well. It is going to be a 5-for-5 ult potentially. DUI stays alive. All right, Ram ult is going to be popped in the meantime. Kitsune Rush, and we've reached the point in the BPL game where we are hitting Q. 3 Qs have been used for Archmother, 2 have been used for Ametori. Which one will be popped next? Take your pick.
Yeah, and here comes both the Spree and the OC from Ametori, as that will net the kills. As Ametori just having a really good understanding of that push-pull. Just the flux comes in from Matt Berger, it forces a sound barrier, and then the annihilation from DUI on top of that. Zimzip doesn't miss the Kitsune Rush, but Thallid invests his like a little bit earlier, so it's just a match on match on match for tank ult, support ult. Archmother, though, do have both DPS ults, and I believe there's a minor miscommunication between Stella and Frost and which one they are using at first. And now Cry has to make a decision. Do you sound barrier the OC, or do you sound barrier that Xion ult that's available?
Right, I mean...
Or not just either, because Zimzip just dies immediately.
Yeah, they popped it too late. Zimzip actually goes down, and now you've used this ult for basically nothing. Yeah, Zippy finding Cry after that beat has expired. Jelly will get found by Stella Luna. The Xions on both these teams doing quite a bit, but the point is going to flip back in favor of Archmother, who is now, like I said, attempting to punch upward, show that, hey, even if we started this season 0-2, like, we're able to fight these good teams. Archmother trying to stay with this point. Zippy versus Stella Luna on the Xion. Who's going to come out on top? It is going to be Zippy for the time being, holding that space. And now as we get to 94% on this point, Matt Berger going to be floating back to his favorite spot, his eagle's nest, his perch. He's going to be floating back up and putting pressure on both low and high ground alike. In the meantime, DUI has popped his annihilation form, or not annihilation form, his big fist form, his block form, whatever you want to call it, the one where he has 4 arms. And now the beat is going to come out from Nock, and now coming forward, Matt Berger. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this. Is Matt Berger going to stay alive? Is anyone going to touch the point? No! A miscommunication, most likely. And
yeah,
oof, that's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate, and that is... we've had 2 C9s today.
I would say that one was less bad than the other. If we're talking about today's C9 power rankings, that's probably second place.
Yeah,
but
I
still
will say though that point in particular is probably the worst for Sigma, as it is a lot more enclosed in close quarters, which is what DUI wants. DUI wants to get up in your face and start throwing haymakers. This point, however, though, DUI does have to cross a bigger space to actually get to Matt Berger, as I think DUI might realize that and electing to go over to the Sigma just to match Matt on this point.
Something I'd like to point out here is that Stella Luna has not died this entire game so far. Stella Luna has not been picked. They've been able to get in and get out with their picks so far. 14-0 at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on them, see how they continue to play on that Xion. Well, Matt Berger said, "Hey, I saw that you unlocked my hero. Please get off of it." Rock straight to DUI's face, and that should just be point taken.
I like that voice line. Sick. If a Sigma kills another Sigma, where a Sigma has a skin where he has shoes on, you'll get like that restrictive footwear voice line. Well, Matt also has a skin where he's wearing shoes. But Archmother, DUI, I think just got like, he either saw an advantage where he could push Matt Berger really early, But then Matt just backs up a little bit, waits until his team is with him, and then just walks down DUI. And now, Archmother's kind of in an awkward position where they're kind of like isolated on the outside of that high ground, and Matt is just juggling it, just going up and down with that levitate, is not letting anyone.
This is diabolical. Doing ladder drills over here on the point. Matt Berger doing a great job with this movement, showing why you should always pick the float perk. If you're a super TF VOD enjoyer, you know the float perk, and it's what would I even call it? Its aura is just too strong. Meanwhile, Zippy is going to find a pick onto Frost, and the point is going to flip in favor of Archmother here. It is a good take from them, working those side angles, that new area of the map. They utilized it very well to dislodge the back line, and now percentage accruing for them.
Yeah, even though Matt was doing a good job of kind of like stuffing the backside, I think Archmother realized that Matt was just kind of gonna stay there, so they just left him the angle and wrapped around the other front side of the point and just managed to find both Frost and I believe Zim. And Zim has been picked the first couple of these different times, but Matt gets the favor return, as Matt did take down DUI in the first fight of the rock, as DUI decides to return the favor and just shove the rock down Matt's face.
Schrodinger's me? That's another Sigma voice line when he gets an elim on himself. Oh, hold on. Is this going to lead?
Sigma's kind of in a really bad location.
Can they get the health back? They do. They get out of the motorcycle. Amazing work from Zippy, living up to their name, zooming on out of there. And now Matt Berger stepping back up to the point. It's going to be a double flux incoming. Which flux will be stronger? It's DUI finding Matt Berger. That health threshold falling below half for Matt Berger, leading to their demise, their flux getting nothing because of it. And now a dangerous territory here for Ametori, who started with good things on the board, but now it's begun to devolve. We have Shion ults on both sides, Kitsune's on both sides, and overclocks on both sides. The main difference here is Ametori might have a beat to play with.
Yeah, Ametori does have some very advantage, potentially, with Pride being close to theirs. Both overclock come out. Zim does elect to pop the rush, and Matt surges forward. DUI goes down. Stella will find 2 picks in this fight. It's OCs and rushes traded on both sides. Zim doesn't miss the rush, so Sal would elect to wisely hang on to his. We'll have that for the next fight, but Cry will have that sound barrier available to potentially just if they kite back the rush, and Matt should use the sound barrier to potentially survive against the Shion ult, and Stella has her own Shion ult to re-engage, knowing Noct doesn't have that sound barrier to live.
This is dangerous territory. Shion ult pop! Oh. Okay, they only get one. Both Shion's down, but Salad is going to fall. And no Kitsune Rush! That means no Kitsune Rush and no healing. Jelly is going to find Frost, and there is enough time for them to get another fight. But it's so massive that Cry did not have to use that beat. I think that Archmother's win condition here is to use their Kitsune Rush, make sure that they force that beat with it, put enough pressure to force it, and then Zippy is able to rain hell with those bullets from the ultimate. But 92%, who's the touch? You have plenty of time. Surely it's just the Sigma getting a touch. No, it's going to be Zippy. Zippy trying to touch. They're going to pop the ult early, and Noct is going to fall, and there's the beat. The beat was not taken into account, and because of that, Zippy is not going to find anything with the ult. They're going to fall. The motorcycle not able to give them the acquiesce from the point that they were hoping for, and DUI, Rock goes wide. No luck there. Matt Berger, one last float up. Jelly doing what they can, but that will be map 1 going to Ametori. A bit close there, I think. Closer than they would have appreciated, but they get it done.
Ametori do get it done. It was close on paper. It wasn't. Ametori do win. It was pretty close across the board. As looking at the stat lines, both teams pretty even stat wise. But looking at Ametori versus Archmother's team play, Archmother are winning those fights where they kind of just like invest a bunch of ults to overwhelm Archmother, or just fighting that first pick off. But on the fights that Ametori are winning, it's usually pretty coordinated team play. Like when Stella Luna goes in with that one ult, her team is just there for the follow-up. Even when she dies, she does manage to take one with her, but she drops a bunch of targets low enough that Matt Berger and the rest of his team are just able to swarm in and take those kills. And again, on the first sub-map that we saw, it was a really good showing of Ametori's understanding of push-pull, knowing that, okay, it's Archmother's turn when Barry has that, or Barry or DUI has that Nemesis form up and going, and then they re-engage once that's gone. Just knowing when to have the resource advantage, knowing when to kite, knowing that really the biggest thing in this game in coordinated play is push pull. In my opinion, just knowing when to push in, but when to pull back, and having that balance of like, okay, we can pull back, we can go back in with our resource advantage when they've already used all the resources to try to get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was great tempo by Ametori, and I honestly think that a great example of that was on that final point. There was a chance at one point in the middle of that third point where DUI almost snuck away. Like, they almost got out, but and it would have allowed them to keep the percentage going a bit longer and delayed the fight from ending. But what ended up happening is that the full core of Ametori realized that they couldn't afford to let that occur, and they immediately, regardless of the potential of them losing a player, they jumped out to ensure that kill was acquired, so that percentage was not stalled out. Just good heads up play there. But yeah, it was close. It was a close map. So good things if you're an Archmother fan. As we head to Namani, if we're thinking about what DUI has in the tank pool, I don't know if DUI is going to be the tank again. As you pointed out, 4 players on this team can off-roll, so who knows who's going to be playing the tank here. But you'd expect to not see the Ram or the Sig here, most likely. I'd be interested to see what their more dive-oriented tank of choice is going to be.
Yeah, as if they like to keep Matt Berger in, I'm expecting more like perhaps a Diva to play more into like perhaps Matt's hero pool. If Diva's in his hero pool, he's more like off tank. If Illuminus comes in, we're probably going to see the Winston. Barry, I think, does play Winston as well. Last season we just really didn't see a lot of Winston, just because Winston, arguably, he's kind of being like, you know, off and on state where it's like, now he's like, I think, playable now because Hazard and Diva both got nerfed.
Yes.
In this last patch, so a little bit less of a threat to Winston. I.e., that being said, Hazard and Diva still a threat to Winston because of that high burst damage. So, if I'm Ametori, if the tank slot is left open for a ban, maybe getting rid of a Hazard or Diva, perhaps if you're elected to play a Luminous in on this map, but Archmother do get first ban, so they could just ban a tank immediately here.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one. It is Genji. Going to be the Genji. Was there a Genji last round?
There was not, but if Essel,
I mean, it's a different map.
Yeah, I mean, if Essel is there, then Essel is kind of shut down.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's
Essel
actually
is in their VC, so if Essel has to come in on this map, so I think this is a complete target ban at Essel.
Oh, 100%. In that case, good on them. That's smart. Ametori, in the meanwhile, they don't have to worry if Illuminus is playing the tank about the Winston getting banned. They now have free reign to pick what they want. No need to do the defense ban as the second banner here. What if we see? What if they ban another support?
They could ban if they want to play like Ana. Like if they want to play Ana, they could ban the carry. Just straight up remove that capability to cleanse anti-grenades and whatnot. It could be a possibility. Ametori is discussing their ban. I believe that ban the Genji does throw a wrench into their plans a little bit, because Essel does have to play on this map. Per the rules of BPL, all players have to play a map in the series, so that means Illuminus and Essel have to play this map for the side of Ametori. That being said, they don't really have to worry about maybe tank bans. Perhaps banning a Diva to get rid of that, so then Illuminus is a little bit more comfortable on the Winston, as Ametori just getting rid of that Diva. That kind of signals that Matt Berger is coming out, perhaps, and Illuminus is coming in.
Yo, big raid from Avast. If you don't know who Avast is, that's an old head. If I'm an old head, that's an older head. Okay. Thank you for the raid, Avast. We've got a great game here. I hope that the stream went well. This is the second place team, Ametori, facing a team that lost their first round against the overall grand finals winner of the kickoff tournament, Archmother. So a bit of a redemption chance for Archmother, who's only been able to face the first and second place team respectively in week 1 here of the BPL regular season. So you've joined for a good one. Map 1 was very close, and as we head to Numbani, we're getting all of the player swaps in for people that were on the bench. So good time to join. Should be a good one. Welcome, and yeah, Avast toes or something. I don't know. When did Avast toes become a thing? Why is that a thing?
I question half of the stuff that becomes a thing when it comes to streamers, man.
Who the fuck is Avast? So that's so real from you. That's actually so real from you.
Overwatch 2, brand new Overwatch players are gonna be like, who the heck are you talking about? And you're probably gonna get called old later today.
Yeah, the shift from 6v6 to 5v5 actually wasn't to get rid of a tank. It was just to get rid of a Vast. They just didn't want to deal with that.
Dude, I remember when they announced the shift, the 5v5 shift, and all tank duos were so livid. I'm like, yeah, I was off tank in Overwatch 1, so I was like, really? You're taking my main tank buddy away from me?
I fell to my knees in King's Row on Reinhardt as I watched my Zarya duo disintegrate into dust. It was a sad day.
I was one of the people that just played double shield because I was playing a lot of Sigma. So I was like, Sigma, of course, though, is still pretty strong. You know, I believe Sigma, though, as like Sigma, in my opinion, was like a tank ahead of its time. You could play by yourself even in 6v6. Like you could just go offing on Sigma and be fine. So he kind of translated pretty well to the 5v5 formula. But we're kind of opening up your map burger. It's still actually staying on the tank, and Luminous is coming in on support as we are seeing Castion, I believe,
no,
Ametori.
No,
please do not. Please switch off of this. Thank you, Luminous. Frost. Yeah, no. Frost.
They hovered that on map 1. They're not going to do it. They're baiting. They're baiting.
Want to see Castion at all? Especially since both Bastion and Cat got nerfed, so hopefully that will kill that comp off. As Ethel, without that Genji available, just decides he's gonna play sticking with the bird theme of his team. He's gonna be, well, a bird in the sky, but just this one rains down hellfire and rockets.
DUI is going to be on that hazard, as you pointed out, knocked on what I would call a staple hero on that Illari. Always performs fairly well on it. We do have a bit of double flex on the side of Archmother, which you love to see. I think it's been great watching Lucio not be a 100% pick right here. DUI going to be doing a bit of a soft dive here, just putting a little pressure. The Suzu is forced in the recall as well, but DUI taking quite a bit of damage. And this rotation has been slowed a little bit, but they are going to continue towards the high ground, saying, hey, hi, please get off. Yep, there's the boop. That boop damage is going to unfortunately be the end of Salad, and now the hazard is going to try and make a play. Nothing is going to come of it. And the slow and methodical rotation here from the side of Ametori working out perfectly in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, when they're on coast like that, I mean, that's like DUI's opportunity to perhaps split them with the hazard wall, go in, find a kill. But Matt just lands a rock, I believe, on DUI as he's trying to go in for that kill. And DUI immediately off the hazard, going over towards the Sigma. And now Archmother with a kind of like a more poke pressure comp to try to maybe shut down Essel, as they do have a couple options to try to shut down that Pharah, as Obliv manages to find Frost early here, and that will force Ametori to back up a little bit, and now of course they're full retreat as Zippy finds Zinzip.
I mean, that's a great fight. Getting that pick is so good. Stopping this cart at the corner to make this... I mean, this is a place that can sometimes be hard to dislodge without a couple of ultimates. Interesting pylon placement there. That bit of healing will be gone immediately. And now the push from Ametori is going to come through. Some rockets being thrown in, one hitting the cart and causing some shrapnel to hit Essel's face. That's okay. Not Genji. Have to learn the new hero. Zippy is going to have to be using that recall, but will they find the Tracer? No. They are going to have to leave for the time being. And meanwhile, on the front line, it is going to be a Kitsune rush from Zimzif, going to make everyone run forward. Hand is forced. DUI not able to get out, caught off guard by that sudden burst in tempo. And I mean, like you said, on map 1. The tempo understanding from Ametori is just very, very strong right now. They understand the ebb and flow.
Yeah, I think they realize they're getting a call from Essel that Essel has forced Zippy completely out, so that makes it a 5v4. They don't have to worry about Transfer sniping them behind. Zim drops the Kitsune Rush, and I believe if they're all tracking 2, they must have tracked that Salad didn't have his to match or wasn't close to his. As it's complete unmatched. And Luminous doesn't get Salberry to continue the pressure, which I think might have been a little bit of an overcommit, but they did get the kills in the end. Now DUI just gets caught out immediately and takes a rocket barrage to the face. No tank for the side of Archmother. And Ametori should be able to cap this point now as Flux comes out from the side of Matburger.
I mean, yeah, the flex at this point is all but cosmetic, not because it's bad, but just because they don't really need it. The point is going to go in favor of Ametori, even though some even later ultimates from Archmother, both support ults actually get used there, and all for nothing. 5 minutes in the time bank. You know, game 1, we talked about a large time bank rolling into point 3. It's a similar situation here.
Similar situation. Archmother do have a couple ultimates to work with here with the Flux and the Pulse Mob variable. Ametori only having that OC to work with. And Luminous and Obley has gone over to the Mizuki as the chain does land there as Pulse Mob goes a little bit wide from Zippy. Just hate grabs the wall and Essel just returns the favor with the rocket to the face, and here comes the Flux from DY. Will drop Matburger, so now tank advantage, but Frost will drop Knocked.
Railgun point blank to Noct's face. The body will not be identifiable. That's unfortunate. Because of that pick, this fight has kind of stalled out. What should have been a cleanup has now. I mean, they just keep trading out.
That's a ball.
I'm surprised to see Matburger came back on ball, but you know, I guess it's because those cleanup picks didn't come, and they're like, hey, I'm gonna come back fast and try and win this out. But no, it is going to ultimately be finally Archmother finding that stability they've been searching for all of point. Oh, well, you know, I talk about stability, but then Obliv gets obliterated, to be a bit punny, but I mean, what can you do?
I mean,
Ametori
have like, Ametori gonna have 3 ultimates in this fight, especially that Kitsune Rush with Zimzev. His style's only 80%, so they're gonna pull a trigger with the Kitsune Rush. It is answered by the Railgun. It is answered by the OC of Obliv, and Obliv will find a Luminous across the map, but Zimzev and Matt just trade out to immediately, and Obliv is trying to fight for his life. Will get taken out by Essel, and the rocket barrage again. We'll just hate crying behind the corner.
Frost just picking up the extremities there, and it's going to be a little over 3 minutes here for Ametori. A good push. There was a bit of a stall there by Archmother at the start of third point, but the momentum was definitely in their favor for most of this map.
Yeah, the momentum was just in favor of this map, as Archmother could never get a foothold. Like, even when they did get a kind of a foothold, they were losing trades. And the comp differential is like, Ametori in the first 2 points, they had that Lucio just to overwhelm with tempo control, knowing Archmother didn't have the speed capability to kite out with knocked on that Ayari. And then on third point, they do go over to the Mizuki, but they slow it down enough and play cover to not allow Noct just to become Thanos on that Ayari. And then when they do sense that they have an advantage with ultimate wise or just positioning wise, they just overwhelm. They just go in with that rush, they overwhelm. Archmother can't find any space to work with or kite out, as Archmother are showing a kind of a weird dive-ish type setup with the Mizuki. Mizuki in all forms, I believe. Mizuki's more anti-dive / anti-mobility in general, just because of that chain. So, kind of a little bit odd to see Noct playing the Mizuki with the dive, unless he just plans to go in with the dive and chain somebody down to make the kill easier.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're looking for punishes here. Also, I mean, Frost has been on the side a bit more, so like maybe they're looking to be able to punish those like closer flanks, but they would have to be pretty close for that. Obliv is going to be on that Echo, which we haven't seen today yet. Still fairly
Frost.
Yeah, that was a bit hairy there, but Frost does stay alive for the time being. Obliv is going to be poking on the outer perimeter here, just trying to throw a little bit of damage in, make it uncomfortable for them, and give DUI a better dive opportunity. Speaking of dive, there it is. That's going to be a massive jump. Frost once again getting very low, but thankfully stays alive. Massive rock. Goodbye. obliterated yet again. I need to stop saying that. Essel is going to be, in the meantime, just be holding left mouse onto a Winston. That's unethical. I don't like that. Ooh, Illuminous is actually going to get found by Zippy. On the recall, though, is going to get traded out. And this is all just cleanup at this point.
Yeah, as Nock will manage to not quite, almost gets out with his life, but
wait.
Matt Berger, though, in the front line just completely overextends into the face of DUI.
I mean, that's bad.
That's bad. I believe that might have been a disconnect from Matt Berger and the rest of his team, because Matt is super far forward. I think they're trying to punish perhaps Salad. And then DUI and Zippy is coming to the rescue of Salad. They managed to drop the Sigma, and now Archmother in a position to cap the first point. Ametori, though, do have some stall capabilities with that May. Illuminous is going to be the first one to touch, but DUI is in that hallway with the primal range. Is just swinging those fists around. We'll find a couple kills. Matt Essel do find a couple, but this should be all over as DUI is just batting Matt Berger around.
I mean, yeah. That as soon as I saw DUI jump into that stairwell with 4 people standing in it and none of them are a tank, I'm just like, well, all right, that's the point.
That's like, all right, move on.
Yeah, very very good to pop the primal there just to confirm that. And now 4 ults online for Archmother. On the opposite side, 5 for Ametori. It is going to be an important fight for Archmother. They need to make sure that they either win this with not that many ults or get a lot of ults out of Ametori in a better ult economy trade.
I think if you're Archmother, you just force ult trade because Ametori has 5.
Oh,
well, that won't be a good start though.
Zippy
Matt Berger manages to drop Zippy, but Zippy the Kitsune Rush will be not the worst case scenario for Archmother. They lose Zippy, but they get the Kitsune Rush out of Zimzik.
Good little final pick onto Nock there just to increase the stagger a little bit more. Look how far to the side that they're actually
what a rock.
Yeah. Matt Berger's been hitting a couple of good rocks here. With that Kitsune Rush out of the way, I think that we will see DUI try to take a little bit more space here. Yep, they are going to find Illuminous. The Blizzard. Oh, look at this Kekai Sanctuary. It's perfect. Oh my god. Perfect placement so that they can shoot him from the opposite side. That was frame perfect Kekai Sanctuary.
Yeah, and Obliv will dupe his own Winston. Thank you, Blizzard, for adding the capability to duplicate your own teammates. Finally, that has gone way too long without that being in the game. But Archmother, they pull the Blizzard out of Ametori and that Kekai Sanctuary. Yes, DUI gets frozen, but not Kekai Sanctuary just makes sure that even though DUI is frozen, he can't get killed. As Matt Berger's Flux will find Salad out early here. Pulse Bomb goes wide from Zippy. Now Frost, but just Ametori is overwhelming on the way back in. As Matt Berger types in OMFG, I believe Matt was full HP and just got immediately exploded.
It happens. Hashtag happens.
I mean, he did type hashtag happens. So I think he might have had a U experience.
Don't pull up in a room with big Obliv. Chills.
I won't.
I mean, the good thing for Archmother here is that even though they did use their 2 ultimates, Ametori also used 2 of theirs, so the only thing that's left is Kekai Sanctuary on the side of Ametori. Illuminous does have that, which should allow them to win this next fight, but as DUI gets closer to that Winston ult, they do have the ability to be more disruptive. I would say that Winston can kind of just ignore that, and, well, you don't even need ult if Essel just falls over. Goodbye. Unfortunate there. Kekai Sanctuary a bit late there, and now you see this, the jump is going to be coming in, and yep, Suzu used as well. Will this primal be as big as the first one? One more pick potentially? Yeah, I mean, this should just be the point. Just cleaning up, making sure that there's no more stall if possible, but Matt Berger just sitting on the point, getting a couple more seconds off. They would love to just stall this out. Oh, that's a nice little chain there. And eventually, yes, Archmother do get it over the line.
Yeah, Ametori is guaranteed better teammate because they did stall out first and second a little bit better than Archmother did on their defense. And now Ametori's comp gets a little bit more strength. There's less safe space to dive in for Archmother. Like when DUI goes in, he can't there's less corners. There's less environment that he can hide behind if he goes deep. Versus on second and first where he can have a little more capability. But here comes a double Winston dive, but Oblivion just immediately bursted out of that duplicate.
I mean, yeah, Planet of the Apes very quickly becomes one ape. That was a very quick little melt there. In the meantime, Zippy has been found and Illuminous traded out in the Mizuki duel. Obliv is doing a good job of putting a lot of damage from an opposite angle here, just providing that off angle. And now from the side, DUI, I don't know if you noticed this, but DUI actually took the Chain Lightning perk, which has been getting them back to their ultimate very quickly, already to 80%, trying to make sure that they can make another big play. Obliv finds Illuminous again, who just came back from the spawn, and Reaper Guy, big spin move, finds knocked, 4v4, both Mizuki's down. Oh, Liv's going to find another. Frost, it's 3v5. Pulse Bomb, not going to find anything. Recall in, and now 4v4. DUI in. The Primal is going to be back into this operation. Zippy finds two, a very nice little clip. And I mean, that should be it. I don't know if Matt Berger is able to contest this.
Frost will find Salad, but yeah, Matt can't get back out. It's a beautiful body block from DUI, but Frost just comes back in and Thanos snaps two out of existence.
Were they standing still?
As it could have been that as Ametori, their spawn is right there, and despite DUI's heroics, Frost just says, nah, I'm him, walks back in and finds 3 kills.
This fight is still going. I mean, the Kitsune Rush has been popped. Another rock. Bang. Zippity-doo-dah. Zippity, you're dead. All right, you're gone. Back to spawn. DUI still in here trying to do something, but I think at this point you need to accept the fight's over. Get out. Get this back into a reasonable position. Get a full fight. Oh, disaster. Is it disaster or is it just Frost finding the shots? Like that, how do you find those 2 headshots that quickly?
I think that the entirety of Archmother might have been so focused on containing Matt Berger that Frost just walked out the other door and just dumped 2 people immediately.
Disastrous. I mean, so unfortunate. It will be final fight territory. They're fighting for OT. That's all they can hope for here. But I mean, it still keeps them in the game. They do have ults online, but ooh, it's going to be DUI going down pretty low. No luck on that pulse, and the Kekai Sanctuary coming down to actually try and keep their castle alive. Obliv once again not getting anything with that duplicate. They've been doing a great job of shredding it, making sure that nothing has gotten Zippy. Once again, finding someone in the backlight, immediately traded out by Matt Berger. Spawns will be in their favor, so there needs to be picks fast for Archmother if they want to stay alive. Essel, who swapped over to the Venture for this stall previously, is going to be staying alive. They do have the Tectonic Shock, but with that bubble, what are they going to be able to do? They find the Echo, having to get to the ground. They are going to be cut. And now the Katashiro return. DUI finding 2. It's going to be Essel trying to keep this alive. Can they get the pick? Is anyone going to be able to touch? It's going to be Wrecking Ball. How do you get rid of this Wrecking Ball fast enough before the rest of the team is here? You don't. That's the answer. So much sustainability against the Winston. Jetpack Cat to get back fast. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Oh, no! They had Primal too, but it's not enough.
Oh, that's a tough one. Archmother had that point in the bag, but then Frost just saved that for them. If anything, Frost is the reason they won that map. They were down in the dust. Matt's just completely stuck. He can't get out because of the body block from DUI. But Frost just walks out of spawn, and I think just hits 4 headshots in a row to drop 2 targets on the side of Archmother. But if you're Archmother, I mean, yeah, you got 2 old, but you pushed Ametori pretty hard on both maps.
Yeah, that was a great viewing experience. Props to Archmother there. Would it be safe to say that Frost deserves MVP for that play alone? They were doing plenty on the Sojourn previously on map 1 and even in map 2, but that is literally game destroying for Archmother.
That saved the game for Ametori. If Frost doesn't do that, Ametori are going into OT rounds with the time back advantage, i.e., but Archmother has all the momentum in their wins at that point. But because Frost just manages to find those 2 picks, saves his team, and I mean, props to DUI. DUI was the person who kept that map going for the longest time. But MVP, Frost, they're doing their job pretty well in the Sojourn, but that one play just makes all the difference as Frost just saves his team from a potential map loss.
I'd love a replay of that. I would love a replay of that to see how that happened. I'm sure that we'll get lobby codes eventually, but I mean, for that clutch play and the solid performance on Sojourn, we got to give it to Frost. Good job there. Big clutch plays, winning the game. And I mean, Ametori, second place in the kickoff tournament, is going to win 2-0 here. It was close, but they are going to confirm that win. So good on them. They will join Phantom Verdict in the 2-0 club, or the 1-0 club, but 2-0 in maps. And Assassin League all done for, or Assassin Group all done for this week. So you see your rundown there. Yeah, it's to be expected this early in the season. We'll see how this group kind of shakes out the further it goes on. What are your thoughts on these two A-League games that we've seen so far?
If you're Ametori, even though you played second, you just got pushed almost to the limit by Archmother in terms of like a 2-0 series. So if you're Phantom Verdict or Odin, potentially you're feeling probably good, being like, okay, we can beat these guys. Like, Ametori is not immortal. Ametori, there are points in both maps where Archmother were making Ametori look mortal.
Yeah, nothing to scoff at whatsoever. Come back next week stronger. But hey, the A-League is not done. We've got our very last A-League game of the week next in Echo Knights versus Zireael, which is also going to be interesting. That's on the other group, which will be a fun one. So stick around for that, and then stick around for some Goblin Goobers and Demonetized shenanigans in the C League afterwards. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to BPL Season 8. It's Week 1, Day 2. I'm Newbeat, that's Denji, and we're getting ready for a matchup between the Echo Knights and Zireael. And Denji, we've had some good A-League action already today. Hopefully this continues with this match.
Yeah, we've had a 2-1 so far, and a 2-0, actually pretty close to 2-0. And now we have Echo Knights versus Zireael. Both these teams, in the kickoff clash, did lose to the same opponent. And in 2-1 fashion, actually, Ametori beat both of these guys 2-1. It was Echo Knights' first match, as they did get a first round bye in the kickoff. Zireael did make it to, I believe, semis, where they did go down to Ametori in the end. So both these guys have been beat by the number 2 team in A-League so far. And both these rosters have a lot of talent on both sides. I'm kind of obligated to hype out Echo Knights since they are my sister team. but Echo Knights, looking at Echo Knights roster, they have a lot of good players on their roster. I will say their DPS line is probably the best. Other they have Nyanza, Higeshi, Admiral, really strong DPS line. The Globster on tank, Empty did consider this guy kind of a steal for him, and then the support line right now is Empty, Riddle Dog, and Lazaru as those three. Really strong support line, really strong DPS line, very solid tank. So it's gonna be a pretty good battle between these two teams, as both sides have a pretty good talent too.
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed out the DPS lineups as well, because I think they're pretty strong for both of these teams. And I think for Zireael as well, as we're going to take a look at them in a moment, they have some really strong players on the tank line as well. Like just looking at here with Dadmaster, and Dadmaster's I think a really strong here, obviously showing up as a Genji, so maybe going for some DPS. But yeah, I think these two teams are going to put a fight up in the A-League, and I'm really excited to see what these two teams do against each other.
Yeah, and for Echo Knights, there's like their definitive tank player is the Globster. He pretty much plays the tank full time. Zireael, though, they have Dadmaster and Hagen have traded playtime on the tank. Silvertall is another person who can play the tank very well. But their DPS line as well, with Altair, Dadmaster, and Akioto, very deadly DPS line as well. So both these sides have really strong DPS, really solid tanks. And certainly in Rose Dog and Silvertall's the support line, Silvertall's is very, very good at support, very good at tank as well. And I don't really know that much about Rose Dog. Certainly having played against them once before, I don't know how they live on Kiriko through half the stuff that gets thrown at them, but they are a master of survivability.
Yeah, unfortunately for a lot of Kirikos, finding out right now that they're obviously, public enemy number 1, and that really have to use that teleport the Suzu to kind of get away from a lot of pressure. And that'll be the case. Our first map is going to be Oasis, so obviously on these control maps, the supports always have to watch their back, because they could be being jumped on any moment.
Yeah, as we're going to taking a look at the hero bands, Echo Knights electing to get rid of that Lucio, that just signals that they're going to probably play the Mizuki Kiri backline that's been picking up some steam ever since it was shown in Champions Clash in OWCS. And Mizuki did get buffed as well, but they're responding by shutting out the Sigma, which is a big part of the Mizuki Kiri comp, is the Sigma. Being able to play slow with your tank is really vital, and Sigma is a great example of being able to play slow, but also not being able to play slow, put pressure out, being able to actually, he's a pretty good at brawl tank as well with close range. He can turn up the speed too with the rush, and so taking that aspect away, I will say the replacement perhaps in the Kiri Mizuki comp, if your Sigma is taken off the board, perhaps is Ramatra, because he still has the capability to brawl, poke, and turn tempo as like Sigma. So we could see Ramatra come out from perhaps the Echo Knights. Or we could see a complete different shift, as I know Echo Knights have been running some weird stuff in scrims being in the same org as them.
I mean, for sure. I think Ram does feel like a pretty obvious pick for this first map. I mean, we did see a Roadhog earlier today, so anything's possible.
Yeah, Dadmaster is going to be in a tank slot to start with, showing Zarya to start. As Echo Knight showing that Mizuki, Kiri, and the Ramatra, but the big difference, one of the main differences in the DPS line is PK Nessie. I believe that is Nyanza is playing the Xion to start.
All right, Xion is probably going to be pretty good on these control maps. Obviously wanted to get off onto this flank. Quite a mobile DPS to get in. You can already see PK Nessie getting over onto the side as both teams come together on the high ground, as is tradition here on the first map of Oasis. And with that, Rose Dog just sitting in the back line trying to keep people alive while pumping in a little bit of damage, trying to get the passive from the Mizuki going, that aura, to try and get a little bit more healing. Point has unlocked and somebody's going to drop, and the first person on the point is going to be somebody from Echo Knights getting in and getting the full cap as well.
Yeah, the Goldster is under quite a bit of pressure as Deadmaster is perched up on the Zarya. Akioto does have a lot of things to worry about though, because he's up against the Tracer plus Xion, which is double flanker. He won't have a lot of pressure, but Rose Dog manages to find out PK Nessie early here as Takeshi is in the backline harassing, but recall course and is going to have to get out of there. Akioto will find Lazaru on the retreat as Echo Knights are forced back very early, and Dammaster in the first fight is 90% to a grab.
And Dammaster almost getting up to that ultimate, getting so close. They do have the grab online now, and about 20% ahead of Glowmaster on the other side for the tank. So that is going to be advantage for Zireael, trying to get in, and they're going to get the grab early. Gets 3, Suzu comes out from Riddle Dog to try to keep people alive, but it's just not going to be enough. Dammaster's going to clean up, get that triple kill, and that is going to be a convincing fight win for Zireael.
At that point forward, PK Nessie will trade out Rose Dog, so that might buy a little bit of time for the Zarya potentially in the next fight to build up their Kikai Sanctuary. But now Echo Knights, they do have Rush and they do have this Annihilation. Zireael though, they have the Rush plus they have the Rush Sanctuary and the Deadeye, so Deadeye could be used as zone back the Tardia Echo Knights on the high ground here. And Sageshi is kind of in silence the entire time. Also has a pulse bomb, but hasn't really found that much. As PK Nessie gets forced out a little on the sidelines, here comes both rushing from the side as the Globes are taking a lot of pressure, but is able just to block because that's what the Ramatris does, but not block enough as there goes the Deadeye straight through his dome.
Akioto finishing that one off, and just like that, Zireael is up to 85% and counting, so somebody is going to have to touch her from Echo Knights, and they've spent most of their available ults in that last fight, hoping to get up to the spree from PK Nessie and also Lazaru's Sanctuary, so they might have a couple tools when they touch here into this fight. Takeshi is going to get in and get that first touch, and now Riddle Dog's going to get a kill. That's absolutely huge. Getting one down onto the board now with Globster getting forward and getting another pick. This is going to be Zireael trying to disengage or die on the point as they are not long for this fight.
Yeah, PK will find that final pick on the Silvertail. Zireael, though, it's just a trade of sanctuaries on both sides. So both teams are going to have their spray up, but the big difference right now I'm looking at is Dammaster is getting closer and closer to that Graviton Surge.
Yeah, that Graviton Surge really worked out for Dammaster last time around, and it could very well again, as there are no supportable ultimates online right now for Echo Knights. Joyride coming early from PK Nessie, and there is a trade coming out. Akioto and the Globster both going down. Unfortunately for Echo Knights, that is their get out of the fight, but now the spree is coming in from PK Nessie, and that is going to claim the life of the Kuriko in Silvertals, and PK Nessie really showing what can be done with the Xion right now. A really good fight, and now Agiashi with the Pulse Bomb, and that's a really good fight for Echo Knights.
Yeah, and that also resets Dammaster's charge complete. As Dam was at 100 charge, if he gets out there with the ground available, they can just walk back in with that. But Echo Knights, that fight one does allow them to get closer to the Kitsune Rush and the Annihilation for them, and now they just Dammaster only has this grab to work with, and that's not even a guaranteed fight win.
Yeah, well, absolutely. They're going to be able to pull this one out here. Akioto is going to give them a huge advantage by getting the Kuriko off the map early. Now Trey's coming through, both Xion's down, but Dammaster is back onto the point. They still have the grab in their back pocket, just sitting on the point, daring anybody from Echo Knights to come in and make that touch. And unfortunately, it's going to be Globster getting locked up in the grab and getting taken down almost immediately. Akioto doesn't bother aiming at Hageshi, just going in with the Deadeye, finishing them off, and that's going to be a first round win for Zireael here on Oasis.
Yeah, a good comeback from Echo Knights to try to bring it back, but once they lost Riddle Dog really early in that, once they lost him really early in that fight, it's just really hard to come back from that, as you only have the Mizuki to work with for healing. And the big thing was Riddle Dog was getting closer and closer to the Kitsune Rush, so Aki finds the pick, drops him. He can't build that rush up in time to potentially maybe even swing that fight or keep Globster alive through that grab surge, and Globster just can't utilize his Annihilation at all through any of that. So both teams kind of staying the same thing. I guess he might be going over to the Reaper. I did see him hover before going to the Sim just to get his team out. As Hageshi going over towards the Reaper, so a little bit more burst in the front line against the Zarya.
Yeah, that does make sense, going in with a Reaper, trying to front load some of that damage, maybe put a little more pressure onto Dabmaster and the front line. As right now, Echo Knights is trying to rotate around to this right-hand side, seeing if they can get a little bit of a positional advantage. Unfortunately, they do not have the high ground right now. That is Zireael's to lose, as this point is about to unlock.
Yeah, the point about to unlock is both teams just kind of posturing and looking for any way to get in. Zaru will find a nice chain onto Valkyrie, but will trade his life in trying to go for that aggressive kill. Echo Knights did get the point control though, so now they just have to stall out potentially as long as they can to keep percentage going. But Akioto will drop Riddle Dog on the side, and PK Nessie will find their counterpart, but Echo Knights are just in full stall form. They don't have their Kyrie, but PK Nessie finds Akioto, and the Globsters are doing a pretty good job of just existing in the front line, just making it impossible for Zireael to find that kill, and the Globster just is able to anchor that entire time, allowing Hageshi and PK Nessie to find the picks that they need to secure that fight.
And Riddle Dog was able to get back just in time on the Kiri. I'd get a Suzu onto Globestar to keep them alive into that fight, so that's 40% and counting now for Echo Knights trying to post up. Globestar getting low once again. The healing is there so far. Dabmaster is 75% to or 70% to that grab. Both tanks coming up onto their ultimates. We're going to start seeing some ultimates here in this fight. You got to think if it goes long enough. Dabmaster though is going to get the first pick in onto PK Nessie, and then abscond off the point immediately, not wanting to overextend too far, trying to shield Akioto here with that Deadeye, and they're going to finish off Globster, and that is absolutely massive, and that's going to allow the rest of Zireael to get forward and get some more of these picks. All the cooldowns for Hageshi are gone, and so is their life, and that is going to be a pretty solid fight win for Zireael.
Yeah, and they use Kitsune and Deadeye in that fight. Echo Knights don't use anything, so they have about 5 ultimates going into this one. The big one is, can Lazaru get the Kit Kat Sanctuary up and potentially react to just completely shut out the Dabmaster's Graviton Surge?
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting interaction to watch in this fight here. Seeing if that Sanctuary can save their team. It's not going to save the support line, as both Riddle Dog and Lazaru fall over almost instantly under the power of that Zarya ultimate, and that grade also threw down that spree in the backline. But that is a very quick fight win, and the silver lining if you're the Echo Knights is that you still have a couple of ultimates at your disposal.
Yeah, you still have the Rush and the Death Boss available. Zireael only having the Kikai Sanctuary, but the Kikai Sanctuary could just shut out the Death Boss entirely. As Echo Knights though, with the Rush, they could just rush in, force that Sanctuary, and then play for the Blossom second, or the vice versa. As Rush does come down here, it will force the Sanctuary out of Riddle Dog. Globster though in the front line is taking a beating. Trying to live on this Ramacha has been hard for this player, as all the cooldowns are utilized, and they do force Zireael back when the Deadeye re-engage comes in. Akioto barely escapes in time, and Echo Knights will get the flip, and they still have that Death Blossom to work with.
Yeah, that's about as well as that could go, but now they don't. Yeah, just like you said, Hageshi goes down, and now with Rose Dog getting rid of their opposite number in Lazaru. This is going to be Zireael getting right back into the fight. Glowmaster, there's no way to save that tank this time around, as they were shoved into a corner and burned down. Dabmaster is the one who finishes that off. PK Nessie gets 2, and that is big, but is it big enough here Could come the Death Blossom, no. I guess she's gonna go down, come back in, up, and now we got the rush coming out from Silver Charles trying to get Zireael back in onto the point, doing a lot of healing in onto Dabmaster, who has another grab online, and try as they might, Hageshi just can't find a spot to use this Death Blossom.
Yeah, but they do stall. But Hageshi does stall the point to 99, and PK Nessie also almost has this spree back up, way ahead of Vankry so far. But this Graviton Surge will make or break it probably. As Dabmaster looking for a spot to use it is under a lot of duress. He's looking at back every now and then because he knows Hageshi's on the side. As here comes the spree from PK Nessie. It will drop Rose Dog. Hageshi will find Akioto. Will find Silver Souls. Echo Knights on the last breath coming back into this. Globster finds Baker on the side. It's just Dabmaster all alone. Dab is high charge though. But the Globster is about to lose that Nemphone. Now Dab just has to try to retouch against 4 players. The Globster early on a sliver of HP will go down. Can't get that Nemphone back up, but Dab will go down in return. And now it's just a complete stall chain onto Rose Dog. Will find Akioto will trade out Real Dog, and here comes the Deadeye from Akioto, zoning everybody back to try to get the flip potentially. Deadeye will peter out. As here comes Hageshi back in. Lazaru with a Kekai's Sanctuary back onto the point. And now Zireael can't retouch as Echo Knights will send us to a third and final sub map.
Yeah, that was that really came down to the wire there. Echo Knights was showing the burst damage with those 2 DPS ultimates near the end. PK Nessie and Hageshi both getting in with the Death Blossom and the Tatsurike Spree and getting 2. And that was absolutely huge. I mean, a valiant effort from Dabmaster trying to hold on there, but it was just they just couldn't hold on long enough for the rest of the team to get back, and that's going to be a 1-1 like you said, and we'll see what other changes they want to make. Globemaster also going over to the Zarya here.
Zarya that will provide a lot more help to Hageshi on the Reaper, getting him in, maybe being able to assassinate somebody. It even maybe bubbling your Xion as well, especially if Xion gets bubbled during her ult. It kind of gives her a second life when she ults. So she has a little more protection in the first phase of her ultimate, where she is vulnerable during the ultimate. So, but Echo Knights elected to take the far side of the point. Dabmaster is on the middle pillar, will get chained. Hageshi will get chained in return, but both teams are trying to posture out. Akioto, of all people, is up on this middle pillar. Flashbang goes wide, but Hageshi doesn't have any cooldowns. Chain onto Aki. Both teams just trying to posture, trying to find a pick, and Aki almost manages to pick off BK Nessie in the meantime, and we'll force them back as Dabmaster drops dangerously low. We'll get stabilized by his team as both these teams refusing to give anybody any time, but Lazaru will find the first pick onto Rose Dog there, but Globster gets over in the front line, will go down, and now Echo Knights, without their tank, they have a lot of work to do here as Vankry drops a couple targets. So PK Nessie has been a hero so many times, will find the pick on the Silver Talls. Hageshi will find one to Vankry, but Akioto will drop Hageshi in that fight as it was looking good with the opening pick on the Rose Dog, but immediately when Globster dies, that's the end of that, and PK will die late, far away from their team.
Yeah, and that was a really weird start too. I don't know if I've ever seen both the Zarya and the Cassidy on top of that middle pillar at the beginning of the round, but you can see Zireael really trying to prioritize getting these high grounds when they're available to give themselves some sort of an advantage in these fights. Akioto already has that Deadeye online, but being scoped out. A nice right click coming up from Globemaster there to keep them in check. Hageshi going into the back now. He gets that bubble like you mentioned earlier, but isn't able to get any eliminations, and now the Deadeye is out trying to go for a little bit of zoning. Vankry is able to get 1, and now with Akioto getting 2, this is going to be probably another fight win for Zireael. It's going to be really tough for Echo Knights to get back into this fight when they only have 3 players.
Yeah, and Zireael only used that Deadeye, and PK will die very late again, so Zireael are going to have a couple ultimates up here. Echo Knights are going to have 4 ultimates. Zireael about to have about 4 themselves, so it's going to be a big ult fight, but the big thing is Echo Knights have both their support ults up beforehand as Lazaru uses the Kekai's Sanctuary very early just to try to buy some space for his team, but that opens up the Graviton Surge to come in. Lazaru will die. Return to grab from the Globster. Finds a couple trap a couple, but won't find any kills as Aki and Dabmaster combined to completely just drop the entirety of Echo Knights, but Echo Knights are on their last legs now. Globster went to Doomfist for a split sector, back to Zarya as Echo Knights have a couple ultimates available still to work with, but Zireael have both support ultimates and almost have the spree available.
Yeah, and you can see in that last fight, Dabmaster going for quality over quantity with the grabs. Glowmaster got a lot, but Dabmaster was able to get more, and now with Vanguard coming in, getting 1 kill with the spree, now both support ultimates being spent now for Zireael. They really want to win this fight, and it looks like they are into the driver's seat, pushing into the back line. If Echo Knights are able to get rid of Glowmaster, and nobody from Echo Knights is able to get back onto the point, as there were just too many obstacles in the way, and that is going to be Zireael leading this match 1-0 with a good showing on Oasis.
Yeah, it kind of looks like there's a little bit of a disconnect at times from the support line in Globster. As that Kikai Sanctuary on the re-intake was very early, and it looked like Globster was a little bit confused as why it went down, as when Dab grabs, he manages to actually find a kill. Globe does get a big grab off, but it's not enough to actually find any kills, as the rest of his team is being forced backwards by the rest of Zireael, and Zireael's comp, like, was a lot better at range too. Like, the Echo Knights comp needed to get in, find a lot more close range pressure with the Reaper and the Xion. Meanwhile, Aki does have a range fall off on the Cassidy, but the Silver Bullet, once you get the perk up, it pretty much just nullifies the range deficit that Cassidy has, being able to just inflict that bleed damage and potentially drop somebody low across the map, force resources and everything. And Zero doing a pretty good job also protecting Aki when he goes for Deadeye plays and everything like that, is Echo Knights just don't really seem like they're on the same page as each other at times. They really seem like they're almost always on the same page, so it's really hard to shift that.
For sure, their rotations look real cleaner. Like you said, they do look more connected with what they're trying to do in these fights. Normally, one of the questions I like to ask at this point in the match is, if you're Echo Knights, what can you do to get back into this match? But I think you've kind of already answered it for me. They just got to be a little bit more coordinated in some of these fights, and not, getting Dabmaster disconnected, because once your tank's on an island like that, they're not going to last very long.
No, the Globster kept ending up on island a lot of times, being just forced. He didn't get first pick, but he was forcing so many resources onto himself from his team that all the resources getting poured into your tank. There's no more resources for your DPS to do anything. Your tank's being forced backwards, given space. Your DPS don't have no space to work with. Your supports are doing everything they can to keep the tank alive, and then it just creates a bunch of chaos where Zireael can just thrive on, can just like take advantage of that. And like, i.e., like the first fight, Dabmaster just built grabbing for one fight. Like that just shows like kind of like the big Zireael just knowing the. Zireael also, like in the last match, Ametori showed they have a lot better understanding of push pull. Zireael kind of showing that they have a pretty good understanding of the push pull, is like they're absorbing the engages pretty well from Echo Knight, and then throwing it back in their face with even bigger aggression and more resources. They're not using all the resources because to keep their team alive. They're using the resources that they have to use to keep their team alive. But then when they sense Echo Knights have depleted everything available to them, they just catch the aggression and throw it back twice as fast.
Yeah, and you mentioned Dabmaster getting those Graviton surges so quickly. They finished the map with over 20k damage, so that's a good indication that not only was Dabmaster at high charge for a lot of that round, but a good job on the rest of the team supporting that Zarya, because once you get that Zarya charged up, you kind of mentioned in that last map, you really want to keep them at 100 charge for as long as possible, and Dabmaster was spicy for most of that last round.
Yeah, as we are going to see the next map will be KR, as yes, as we go to the lobby for a split second there, but going to the ban phase of KR, Zireael immediately just getting rid of the Mizuki, so we are 3 for 3 on Mizuki bans for the day in A-League. Mizuki has been banned in every single game, either first or second so far, but Sigma's back on the board for Zireael, as Echo Knight's not wanting to deal with that Cassidy from Akioto, decided to ban it out, and I believe that they have a couple subs coming in because of the rules of BPL. Every player has to play at least one map, so I believe Empty and Admiral are coming in for Echo Knights, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, it doesn't look like Empty might not be there today, so potentially just Admiral coming in on the DPS line. I believe in Hagen it will be coming in for Dabmaster on the tank.
Yeah, we'll wait for some confirmation on those subs. I mean, if you're Akioto, you really got to take that as a compliment, the Cassidy ban. Just being like, yo, we don't want to deal with that anymore. You go sit in the sidelines for a bit. That is not something we want to deal with this time around. And now Zireael is really looking in a good spot as well. I think with those bans to Echo Knight, really just trying to take a, target away one of those DPS and see if they can get an upper hand that way.
Yeah, as well, perhaps we'll see like maybe Sigma or more Ramacha play here. Sigma is viable on KR, but can be a little rough without the Mizuki to maybe slow things down with that chain. So Lucio's back on the board. So if anything, Zireael have that ability to push tempo now. Both sides do actually with the Lucio. Potentially Lucio's banned. Maybe Lucio's banned by Echo Knights, knowing Empty is not there for Echo Knights. But I'm not entirely sure because Empty is their main support. He also is their team captain, so I'm wondering if he had something come up.
Yeah, and with this next map as well, you mentioned the Mei. I think the Mei is really strong on King's Row, and a couple times yesterday we saw teams struggle on King's Row until they picked the Mei, and that always seemed to be like a pick-me-up for those teams to be able to bust the Mei out, because Mei is basically the closest thing we have to a second tank now. Really good at holding off some of those spaces. Obviously, the walls can have massive utility. So I think a Mei, if that comes out for one of these teams on this next map, it's not going to surprise me in the least.
No, and Hageshi does have Hageshi I know can play Mei. I'm not sure about the side of Zireael's DPS. I think Dabmaster, if Dabmaster goes to DPS, I would be surprised because Dab is a flex DPS as well. Also, very champ 5 on DPS actually, to be exact. Akioto is also champ 4, so they do have a pretty high DPS line over there. But we are seeing Admiral has come in for the side of Echo Knights on that DPS line. Zireael, Dabmaster's coming in. Dabmaster has come in for Vinkry, and Inhagen in for Dabmaster. Just switching roles. That's what only changes. Echo Knight showing potential duo Far. Admiral is kind of a Far one trick, but he can play other things well. It's just that he just really likes to play Pharah.
I mean, and with the Pharah choice, that the Cassidy ban makes even more sense now, right? Obviously, that's something that a Pharah might not want to play into, but they still might have to deal with Dabmaster. And as you mentioned, Denji, it looks like the Dabmaster switching around, maybe just going for the TP, maybe going back to that Mei.
We're going to see a TP brawl set with Akioto staying in spawn right now. Are we going to... Akioto was just looking for a pick. It's on a Sojourn. TP does come out, but it's just completely disjointed by that concussion blast from Admiral. Now, the entire Zireael is kind of split up. The Globster will find Akioto in the main choke in the meanwhile. Inhagen is trying to go for the far end. It will fight Admiral out of the air with a fire strike, but now Zireael's kind of in a really weird location where the entirety of the team is stuck back here, and I think Dabmaster's on the low ground. But here comes the engage as Lazar will find Silver Talls out. Dabmaster will find PK Ness in the meantime, and that's what the combined damage of the Sim in the presence of the Rhyme will just force Globster back off the point. And it will be hard to walk back into this for the Globster on the Diva.
That was a great rotation there for Zireael, and honestly, the anti-air Reinhardt is just wonderful to see. Inhagen looking good on the Rhine so far. And now the cap coming through. Just one tick left to go here for Zireael to get through and get this first point. And it looks like nobody from Echo Knights is going to be able to touch this one here. So they're going to back up, try and play this arch as Zireael gets the payload moving.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing I kind of want to mention, like with the absence of Empty on Echo Knights, it kind of forces Lazar and Real Dog to play double flex, which is probably what they're just like even reinforces the Lucio ban on map 1. But Echo Knights are building quite a few ults pretty fast. Meanwhile, Zireael, they do this rush up, and Inhagen also has the Earth Shatter, which he probably just will solo share the deal, probably try to break him out of mech and we go for the backlight. Here comes the rush from Silver Talls, as the entirety of Echo Knights have to get out of this situation. Shatter will hit 2, as Pique Nessie and Riddle Dog will go down, but Admiral returns the barrage onto Akioto, and Globster is still hanging around alive here, as Admiral almost manages to assassinate Rose Dog with a drop-in, but Echo Knights, they have to back up. They only have the Luring available for healing, and PK Nessie and Real Dog are still on their way back from spawn.
Echo Knights now will be waiting to start spending some more of these ultimates, obviously using that barrage already. Nice shot coming up from Admiral, is able to take down Dabmaster, and this will be the goal button for Echo Knights, getting into the backline with the Tidal Blast onto the Diva Globesters, able to finish off Rose Dog, and this is going to be Echo Knights surging forward, seeing if they can secure any more exit kills as Zireael smartly disengages here, knowing that they can't really fight at that corner anymore.
Yeah, but wisely, Zireael don't use any more ultimates, so they have the sound barrier, they have this 4 o'clock coming in. Dabmaster is getting close to the symbol as well. As the TP comes in, we'll force out Globster early here. As Globster just gets bursted out of the mech, as the bomb will force a complete split up from Zireael's. OC does come out from Akioto, and now both teams have switched sides. Map position wise, Admiral is getting close to this rocket barrage again. Here comes the continuing rush on under the point. Soundbearer will be answering it from Rose Dog as Admiral potentially looking for maybe a way in with this barrage. Does have it available, is posturing for it, decides maybe it's better against it. But here comes the spree from PK Nessie. Manages to isolate Akioto from his team as the symbol does come down from Dabmaster, and so does Continuing Rush from Silver Talls. As the payload has still moving during all this chaos, and here comes the rocket barrage from Admiral. Will drop Dabmaster, falls to another fire strike from Inhalgan, but PK Nessie will find it out the right hand with the execution. PK Nessie will find a third and a fourth, as PK Nessie with 4 kills in that fight. Zireael's been packing, and they've used Zireael burned all their ultimates in that one fight. Meanwhile, Echo Knights are building towards that Diva Bomb and the Tidal Blast again, and Zireael, closest thing they have is Earth Shatter right now.
Yeah, if this keeps up, Admiral's going to see Inhagen's Reinhardt in their dreams. Just now being taken out twice by the far start. Zireael coming back in. Not any ultimates online quite yet. Nice teleport into the back line. And now Akioto is able to finish off Lazaru. And without that support online, this is going to be Zireael just getting back in onto the payload to see if they can finish off the push here on second point. PK Nessie's able to get one back. Inhagen is going to go down. Losing that tank is absolutely devastating for Zireael here. Trying to hold this out. So much less sustained without that tank. Globes are going to drop down that self-destruct as they want to get back into their mech. And they are going to get a kill as a bonus. Dabmaster falls to the self-destruct, and this is a great hold from Echo Knights. They've burned the clock down to under a minute 40.
Run the clock down to under a minute 40, and Zireael still only have an Earth Shatter, potentially maybe a Sound Barrier to work with. As Echo Knights are going to have both support ults potentially here. Admiral and Nessie are building their ultimates extremely fast, so Zireael is facing down the barrel of quite a few different area of effect ultimate, as Rozak has to get this beat up. Silvertoes has to get this Kitsune online, but here comes the Tidal Blast onto the Shion as she is on her bike, and just Akioto will just immediately be taken out in the meantime. Admiral with this barrage available on the sideline. PK Nessie is kind of stuck in the backline over by the hotel on first point. Will get punished by Dabmaster, but the entirety of Zireael turn around to go for that back kill. But now Zireael, that did buy them time to build up all their ultimates. They will have a bunch, but they won't get to use them as Admiral finds the punish on the TP. We'll find both DPS early here. Silvertoes manages to TP away in time to stay alive. Rose Dog and Silvertoes are so low. Inhagen with his Earth Shatter available, but the Globster has to pull back. Too low HP, but Silvertoes gets very heavily staggered. Zireael though still have all these ultimates available. It's just gonna be which team can get more value, and I won't be surprised if Echo Knights just try to bait out a bunch of ultimates from Zireael and maybe try to play for the last point, as the Globster is playing up quite ahead. Earth Shatter finds nothing. Admiral drops Akioto, the beat only hits 2. PK Nessie will find Silvertoes in the meantime. Riddle Dog and Admiral find Inhagen and Rose Dog. Symbol from Dabmaster is just desperation, as that will be the stopping point for the payload, as Zireael are halted just before second point.
Yeah, and going into that last fight, Zireael had so many ultimates to work with, but Echo Knights did a really good job of taking that fight proactively, getting in early, and jumping on Zireael before they were able to start spending those ultimates. And because of that, Zireael was never able to get back in onto the point. And with that in mind, that is also crazy. A great job from Globster. I mean, a tank not dying. I know they have the get out of jail free card in the Diva mech, but still a really good job from Globster to stay alive. But now, if you're Echo Knights, you've really given yourself a winnable scenario here to stay alive and force a third map.
Yeah, as they only have to get to just before that second point, basically. So we'll see what both these teams decide to roll out. And Zireael showing like they want to play the Wuya and Kyrie, similar to what Echo Knights were playing on their defense, but Inhagen is on the Zarya off of the Reinhardt. So the Rein probably was just a tech strategy, but there's at some point you had to switch off of that Rein. It just wasn't working to get through Streets phase anymore. As Echo Knights showing pretty much the same thing. Lazar is not going to play Life Weaver. I swear if he does play Life Weaver, I will leave.
I mean, that'd be rough because then we'd have no casters because I'd leave with you because who knows? I mean,
I think a Life Weaver is just to get potentially PK up to that high ground.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they're going to go over to the Wu Yang, so no Life Weaver this time around. Thank you, Lazaru, for not subjecting us to that. As Echo Knights coming out now on their attack is still running that Pharah Diva composition, and Admiral was getting so much value out of all the pokes they're getting with that Pharah up on high, able to get Akioto very low early on. The Akioto is going to be able to power slide out, and now Inhagen's the one in trouble, taking a lot of damage on that Zarya. Is going to be the recipient of the Suzu from Silvertoes to try and keep that tank up and alive into the fight. And Admiral is going to be the first to fall. Nice rail shot coming in from Akioto, but Globster is able to trade that back and punish the offending Sojourn, getting them out of the field. And now this is PK and SC getting forward, trying to use that Joyride to zone some people back as Echo Knights is starting this cap, but there will be a recontest coming in from Zireael, but it's going to be tougher losing Dadmaster.
Yeah, and that was probably their best chance at touching was the Tracer, as they do have the ability to try to probably maybe walk back in here, but electing not to just try to get positioning and hold the archway here is Echo Knights. They almost have this Kitsune Rush available. Both teams pretty even in Kitsune Rush charge, but the big thing is right now DPS charge wise, Echo Knights are getting their ultimates a little bit faster right now for DPS wise, and Admiral just devastating with those barrages so far. As Inhagen looking for a potential way in, spots out the Xian on the sideline. Dadmaster is forced to recall, so doesn't have that cooldown available for the Tracer, as both they have to get the Zarya out of here somehow. As Akioto is forced back. Aki will find PK Nesty on the sideline though, and that will force Echo Knights to back up.
And this is a really good job from Zireael playing this archway. It can be such a strong defensive position for the defending team, and now Silvertoes has that Kitsune Rush online so they can hold out this fight even longer, as both Kitsune Rushes getting spent simultaneously here, both teams speeding up, and Echo Knights trying to really push through and get through this archway. Haven't been able to find a way to do it just yet. Globster getting close to that self-destruct. Admiral has a barrage online as well, so some ultimates being available for Echo Knights to spend here, but it's just, you can see how hard it is for them to get through this arc.
Yeah, and here comes the Tidal Blast onto PK Nestle on the bike. We'll drop Akioto onto the ground, but is punished in turn. But Admiral finds 2, and finds 3 in the meantime, and now Zireael had to get the heck out of here alive, as Akioto and Dadmaster will manage to get out of there. But both sides using the Tidal Blast. Admiral disinvests his barrage, but barrage is basically a cooldown for Pharah with how fast she can get it up at times. And Echo Knights still have that spree and the Diva Bomb available potentially for a remake, as now it's just going to be all eyes on Globster. Can he potentially shut down this Graviton Surge from Inhagen?
Yeah, that would be huge if Globster's able to get it off, and you can see some really good aggression from the Echo Knights as well, getting forward and really taking some of the space before Zireael's able to find their footing once again. Both teams coming back together. Akioto is going to throw down this overclock early into the backline, and Globster will have none of it. Great peel coming up in the Diva, hunting down the Sojourn, taking them out and negating that ultimate at the same time. And now we got Dadmaster coming in with the Pulse Bomb. They're able to get one. Inhagen still has that Graviton Surge online, hasn't been able to pop it just yet, but that is the only ultimate, and they are finally able to get it off, and they do catch a couple in there, and Admiral is going to go down, so the grab was not negated by the defense matrix of Globster, and Globster is going to pay for it with their life, but still a lot of time here for Echo Knights to come through and get this cap.
Yeah, and the Pulse Bomb kill from Dadmaster was probably the biggest heroic play that could have happened there, as he manages to connect the Pulse Bomb on the ulting Xion. is that just completely nullifies PK's Nessie's ult out of the fight completely. But Echo Knights, they're building to the Kitsune Rush pretty fast. Silvertones will have one available as well. Globster still has its remake opportunity available. Admiral is building to that barrage pretty fast.
Yeah, that barrage, they've been deadly so far this time around. A couple ultimates online here for Echo Knights as well. Both teams will probably be mirroring the Kitsune rushes around the same time soon, as we have one coming out. Silvertones going to spend it first, but Riddle Dog will answer right back with one of their own. Barrage is now online for Admiral as they're going in over the top, not really wanting to throw it down just yet, feeling like that was too dicey of a scenario. Tidal Blast comes in, sorry, from the Wu Yang. Rose Dog is able to apply that, but that's not going to find any kills. Now Akioto gets one on the rail. Riddle Dog trades that out with a kunai headshot, and now the self-destruct has to be used here from Globemaster to get back into their mech. And Akioto is actually going to take down Globemaster before they can get back into the car. Rose Dog is going to get a kill as well. And Zireael now holding this out. They need to hold for 1:20, and if they do that, they're going to win this map and win the match.
And notably, Admiral's Barrage didn't get anything. It did force Bubbles and Suzu from Inhog and Silvertones, but it doesn't kill anything, and Globster isn't able to get back into his mech, and now we'll be mirroring the Zarya here. Zireael have this Pulse from Oversea available. The Zarya does have this Weeding ult up. Won't be surprised if we just see it go on to PK Nessie again, and as she goes in for an engage. Dammaster, though, trying to be a little bit sneaky perhaps on the side, looking for a Pulse Bomb potential in the backline, as Zireael have quite a few ults. Here comes the Graviton Surge from Inhagen. Pulse Bomb will go wide, but Aki and Dab will find Lazaro and Rose Dog out in the meantime. Globster will trade back onto Dammaster, but if you're Echo Knights, you have to get out of this fight alive. You only have 30 seconds available, and they might be staggering PK Nessie a little bit, as 25 seconds on the clock left for Zero to defend. As Echo Knights, this is the last fight. They have to win this fight, and Lazaro invested Wu Yang ult in that fight and didn't get anything.
And Echo Knights, with what looked like such a winnable scenario with so much time left on the clock, has been burned back down by Zireael, and now the overclock is going to be spent earlier. Unfortunately, Akioto taking a lot of damage, and they were just the distraction in Hagen, and Dabmaster were able to get in and get two, and there's nobody really left alive for Echo Knights to touch, and that's going to be a 2-0 for Zireael. A really good showing here on King's Row. Looked a little bit dicey early on with this hole, but they were able to lock it down and not let Echo Knights get that final cap.
Yeah, once there, I believe what happened for the side of Echo Knights was they were falling kind of victim to angle control on the second point, as Dammaster Akioto and the rest of their team were just able to find angles through alleyway, around the backside, get in to force pressure, and Echo Knights just couldn't engage at full resources, and even when they did have full resources, it was a little bit dicey, as when Admiral was using that barrage to maybe potentially steal it didn't end up going well for them, as the clutch Suzu from Silvertall saves their Zarya from getting exploded in that one fight.
Yeah, really good job. Silvertall has looked really good in the Curie throughout that second map. I thought a lot of clutch Suzus, really getting a lot of value from the Curie, and a good showing from Zireael all around, really. I mean, a lot of good plays. Dabmaster looked phenomenal, both on tank and on DPS. They were really, really locking it down there on that tracer at the end of King's Row.
Yeah, and Dab being able to be pretty dominant on two different roles is the reason why he is going to be MVP. As much banter as I give this guy, he is a really good player on multiple roles, and so being dominant on the tank and the DPS and just being able to change out which role you're playing with basically a flip of a switch. Zireael definitely has a really big threat with this guy on their roster, being like, okay, we can either put him on Tracer, he can run a lobby, or we can put him on Zarya and he can run a lobby. It just really doesn't matter what role he's on, he's gonna run a lobby.
Yeah, which is crazy, not only because of the individual skill on each of those roles, on DPS, on tank, but to have the flexibility to be able to go back and forth between the two is really making it hard for other teams to game plan and get ready, because you can go, like one of a bunch of different ways to make sure you're getting the best value out of that. And now as we take a look at the A-League standings here, as you can see, Zireael going up into 3rd place with that first win with a 2-0, and Echo Knights going down tied for last currently. And that is how the A-League has shaken out so far, as everybody has now played a game.
Yeah, and we do have one more game for the night, and it will be a C-League game to break the mold, as with Echo Knights and Zireael finishing that game, that will be all the A-League games for this week. So we have one more game to cast tonight, and that will be Demonetized versus Goblin Goobers. Unfortunately, I had to depart after this game, as I do have to do some other things before I have to go to bed for work tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fair, but hopefully we're going to get a good C-League matchup coming up next. It's going to be Demonetized going up against Goblin Goobers, but we are going to step aside and take a quick break here, so we will see you all on the other side of this break, and thank you, Denji, for the cast today, and we'll see you another time.
Welcome back, everybody, to more BPL Season 8 regular season coverage. My name is Bowsy, and I'm joined here by Newbeat on the cast here, and we're about to round up our second day of the first week of coverage. But first, let's just take a look at the schedule to see what has happened so far here today on the main stream. So far, we have seen Odin and Snowdrop face off against each other in our first tiebreaker map on stream this weekend, as well as our first tiebreaker map of the season, as well as Ametori take a 2-0 win over Archmother, and Zireael take a 2-0 win over Echo Knights. But now we head over to the C League here, New Beat. Goblin Goobers versus Demonetized for our first stream match of the C League today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward after those A-League matches to get some Vitamin C League into me here with this this last match, and it should be a fun one. C League, you know, it does have a little bit of a different flavor, and I think it's going to be a really funny match. These two teams got, you know, a lot of good players, and I'm looking forward to what we're going to see here.
Yeah, definitely. There is some history across both of these teams. It's interesting to note that across these two teams, Demonetized have the most amount of players with a lot of veteran experience. Goblin Goobers have the most amount of players with a lot of rookie experience, so it's going to be interesting to see how they face off. As for the results earlier in the season, of course, the kickoff clash was last weekend, or the kickoff tournament. Both of these teams, unfortunately, did fall in their first week. Goblin Goobers losing to Pachimari in the round 1, as well as Demonetized losing in round 2 to Sixth Kingdom, who, as you see, went all the way to the end there. But definitely interesting to see how these two teams are able to stack up against each other. Obviously, not having good starts to their season, but hopefully their first win will come here today, and we'll have to see how they're able to do. As we take a look here at the rosters to start off this matchup, starting off with Demonetized. Again, I mentioned the most amount of veterans in the entirety of the C League. This team has the most amount of experience across the entirety of the C League this season.
Yeah, and experience could be a really strong thing, and like a lot of recognizable names, you know, Five, Spooky. It'd be like there's a lot of good players on this team, and I know they kind of suffered in the last week in the kickoff tourney, but I think this team could really make some noise as the season progresses.
And definitely, especially with the Reinhardt buffs we recently got in the new update, Spooky might be having a field day here being able to play that Reinhardt. So we'll see how they're able to face off against their opponents, though. That is the Goblin Goobers. Again, most of the players on this roster are newbies to the scene, and I have personal experience against the Goblin Goobers as well. As a player of Pachimari, I actually played against a lot of these players in that first kickoff tournament match. They definitely have an interesting playstyle, but I want to watch out for, if you're anyone here, you want to watch out for Skin. Skin has a very lethal DPS pool and can definitely make an impact in the match, but we'll see how they're able to face off against Demonetized.
Yeah, again, you know, a lot of newer faces on this team. There's a good show too, watching out for Skin. A lot of tracers maybe on this team. We'll see how that goes. Also, Kyria, I am not even sure what I'm looking at in the middle there.
I'm pretty sure that's a deadlocked hero, if I'm not mistaken. So there are some portraits of deadlocked heroes for one of the earlier tournaments. So, you know, it happens sometimes. But you know what? It means that they could be very flexible in the Overwatch sense. So we'll see how Goblin Goobers are able to match up here today against their opponents. But it's going to be interesting to see how this team does here today in their first regular season match. It is their second match in BPL Season 8, but their second regular season match. Real quick, let's take a look at our map pool there on the bottom. We're going to start off here on Busan, then go over to our brand new map, Neon Junction, here for map number 2, and then round out with Runasapi, and if needed, or Runasapi if we go to a tiebreaker map, and if required, if we somehow hit a draw on Neon Junction here on stream, we're going to hit that New Junk City map as well.
Yeah, obviously I'm really excited here to see Neon Junction. This will be my first experience casting it, and it's, you know, I mean, this goes without saying with most Overwatch matches, but a beautiful map. They've knocked it out of the park again with like the art design and the design of it. So I'm really excited to see Neon Junction. But first we got to take a look at these hero bands here as we head into Busan.
Yep, as we head into Busan, we already got our first hero ban from the side of Demonetized. They have banned Hazard here, which means they really don't want to have to deal with that sort of dive pressure. Hazard, of course, being moved over from originally being the Stalwart tank role, being moved over to the Initiator's side role. So it'll be interesting to see how they're able to play around that. As for Goblin Goobers, they're banning the Lucio. They don't want to have to deal with that speed boosting here. Still opens up the opportunity to play Juno, but no Lucio in play here for this first map of the series.
Yeah, and the Lucio ban on a control map is something that we've been seeing a fair amount of, honestly. Just trying to get that extra speed out of there and maybe throwing a team a little bit off balance as we go ahead. And Hazard, always been a strong tank. Did get nerfed recently, but definitely a tank that that can do some damage. So that ban kind of always makes sense.
Yeah, if anything, the Lucio ban here from Goblin Goobers could keep Demonetized away from that Reinhardt, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the case here as we're about to step into map number 1. Busan on the docket here. It'll be interesting to see which team is able to take advantage of this. This is mostly a brawl-heavy map, though, Newbeat, so we'll see which team is able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of brawl teams really do favor Busan, and with this being a first of 2 map, we always say that this first map will really not only set the tone, but can really put a team in the driver's seat if they only need the 2 wins, right? So hopefully these teams will be getting off to a strong start, going off to Mecha Base here, which is kind of the most unique sub-map, I find, with everything indoors and a lot closer quarters, which obviously really can favor the rush.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a look here, Demon's mech, that if you didn't know, that info panel says that it's currently under upgrades. Maybe a little hint at what's going to be coming in Season 4, but we're getting ready to start here. You mentioned that Mauga coming out from Goblin Goobers, but meanwhile, Demonetized are going to try to stick with Spooky's Ramatra. It'll be interesting to see the sort of difference here between both of these teams. Demonetized running that Mei, whilst Goblin Goobers, again, I mentioned Skin having a pretty good DPS, the Genji, something that definitely made an impact in their first match in the kickoff tournament. We'll see if it makes an impact here as they go immediately for the dive onto Feedstacker here, who's able to get out with that power slide. But now Goblin Goobers trying to keep setting up. Tyler's going to be rushing in here while the rest of the team tries to make waves, but Tyler's so separated from the rest of the team, doesn't matter. They're able to find the kill onto Spooky here, and that wall from Baka just keeps the rest of the team away from a little bit of a second until Goblin Goobers clean up the rest of the field, finishing out with a clean team wipe here from Goblin Goobers to take the point.
Yeah, clean and quick too. They were able to finish off that team fight before the point even unlocked. And now this is going to have to be Demonetized, trying to make some quick adjustments as they come back in here to re-engage a second time. And they really got to watch for Skin in that backline. In that first fight, it seemed like Skin was always behind them and not really being checked as much as maybe they would have wanted.
That Vertex field comes out here from Spooky, who burns Kylo to a crisp. Punkspace, however, gets the trade here onto Feedstacker. So now it's a trade here for the side of Goblin Goobers. It is going to be Spooky making their way over to the point here for Demonetized. What a vortex to get Skin down to the ground to save Baka there for a second. Point's going to flip over now for the side of Demonetized, and now it's Punkspace stuck alone in the corner. Spooky does get swept though, and Baka's now out of the fight as well. So it looks like it's going to be a comeback here for Goblin Goobers, with Element finding 2 with that railgun, being able to clean up the point. It's just Spooky now, just trying to stall it out. They'll get finished off by Tyler though.
Element wielding the power of the Soj very responsibly there, getting 2 kills. And as we're seeing here in the early stages of Season 8, the Soj is still very strong, really able to carry a lot of these team fights. And now this next fight, we're going to be coming into a lot of ultimates for both teams. So expect these teams to start pressing Q here pretty quick.
We'll see which Q is going to be initiated first. Skin obviously on this high ground, looking for that push in to try and get that Dragon Blade off. Demonetized are trying to find their way in. Feedstacker goes on the wide angle, and it looks like that's the angle here Demonetized are willing to take. Ultimates come out. Both Foxes coming out here from 5 and Alacrity. But now here comes that Blizzard coming out from Baka. Now every ultimate being thrown to the wolves. That is 6 ultimates, 7 ultimates make that. And Skin just shots the competition with a 3K Nano Dragon Blade.
Well, Bowsy, Skin's making you look good right now. You said before the map that Skin was really somebody to watch, and that Genji looking clean there with the blade, able to get 3. And Goblin Goobers now at 83% and counting. And Demonetized have to make some hay in this next fight, or they're going to go down 1-0.
The only thing Demonetized have here is going to be this field coming out here. What a beautiful shot from Feedstacker, eliminating Element as they use the overclock here. Now Feedstacker uses their own, finds the kill onto Tyler. Now looking for that kill onto Skin. Going to be able to finish out the kill here, but now the timer is in overtime. And it's going to be the Feedstacker just trying to finish out these kills. The Ana Punkspace just barely able to get out alive.
Feedstacker doing a really good job there of creating their own opening, getting the pick under the opposite Sojourn. Then they know they can use the OC for free. Nobody from Goblin Goobers was going to be able to zone them out. And now with this next fight coming in, no ultimates online for either team. And this fight is starting off on the point.
Spooky gonna be blocking out all the damage coming in here from Tyla. Skin ends up falling to Feed Stacker, but is it trade as Element answers back? But now there's no DPS left on the side of Demonetized. Baka dead to Alacrati. It's gonna be again Spooky just trying to hold out the field. It looks like it's gonna be a hold here for the side of Demonetized, but Goblin Goobers might be able to come back quick, especially with their Malga running back fast.
Yeah, Tyla coming back on that Malga is going to be able to take up a bunch of space into the front line there. Skin just going for a cheeky quick reflect, not able to really find much. And now with 70% for Demonetized, this here is going to be final fight territory. Someone is going to decide the round here, and now Spooky's getting real low.
Yeah, Spooky going extremely low, forced to go into that Nemesis form, but ends up getting killed out anyway. His Skin just goes right in. So much pressure coming out here from this Genji. They'll eventually fall the Feed Stacker here, but now with it only being Baka left, never mind, Baka's already dead as well. It's going to be the overtime ticker going back up here for Goblin Goobers. The rest of Demonetized trying to run back, but it's not enough. First point goes to Goblin Goobers here on Busan.
Really good showing for them so far here on Busan Mecha Base. Really standout performances across the board. Like we've already mentioned Skin, but there were a lot of players there just doing what they needed to do. Element really showing what they can do on that Sojourn, and Alacrity on the Kiri too. A lot of Clutch Suzu is able to save them off a couple times.
One more interesting thing as well as we take a look at our stats board here. Punk Space has yet to die, so Goblin Goobers are doing a really good job of keeping that Ana alive when it matters the most, and Demonetized just having a little bit of trouble, which is why probably now as we head over here to the Sanctuary, we see Baka already showing us the Genji here, newbies. So trying to do something about that Ana that's consistently seeming to be a problem here for the side of Demonetized. It's going to be mostly the same outside of everything else. The only difference now between the two is that Mizuki versus the Ana and the Malga versus the Ramatra here for the side of Goblin Goobers. Tyla already getting so much pressure though. Thankfully for Ramatra, they can shoot through that little space, but not the same for Malga. Here comes that initial push. Already that cardiac overdrive used early here for Tyla. Here comes the Nemesis form from Spooky. Nemo on the backline. Feed Stacker gets rid of Element. There's already a lot of DPS pressure. Down is the Mizuki of Grunt Fatak in the wrong place at the wrong time. Spooky's going to be able to get the trade on Tyla in exchange. It's going to be Goblin Goobers looking like the fall by the wayside. It's going to be Demonetized capping first.
Yeah, unfortunately for Goblin Goobers, they spent a lot of their survivability tools really early on in the fight. They used Suzu, they used that cardiac overdrive, so they just didn't have enough sustain to last the rest of that fight out. And a good job for Demonetized, both prioritizing a couple kills early on, but also getting over the point and getting that first quick cap in, so they can start building up that percentage.
Element looking for the sort of peak again here. We've seen Element do pretty good things on this Sojourn so far. As they start making their way over to the point, Tyla's going to be the one to contest first. Looks like it's actually Baka who's contesting alongside Tyla. Now Spooky makes their way over. Very low health already. Half health for Spooky. Just trying to stay alive, keep that block on. But once again, it's Feed Stacker finding the first pick of the fight. But Element answers back with two. Spooky and Feed Stacker gone by the wayside now as the supports for Demonetized is trying to get out of it. That's another kill here for Element. Element just making an impact here for the side of Goblin Goobers.
Yeah, Feed Stacker getting that first kill, and then Element just said, anything you can do, I can do ×3. Able to get 3 kills into that fight, and really keeping Demonetized at bay here. They gotta really be careful about these rail shots, or they're just gonna keep losing their head.
So now Goblin Goobers in control. Demonetized are trying to push in. It's going to be determinant on these ultimates. We've seen these ultimates not work the way that Demonetized have wanted here, but now the push comes in from Tyla. Kitsune Rush here from 5. It's going to be putting a lot of pressure onto this Malga as he's just barely able to escape. And now Spooky has complete control of this backline. Alacrity is in a little bit of pressure, but now here comes the Dragon Blade Skin, making names again. 3 slices on the board, looking for a 4th as they try to get Baka, but Baka able to barely survive, only for a little bit until Element finds their head.
Yeah, right now Skin just turning Demonetized into a fine dice, just getting into the backline with that ulting Genji and multi-kills once again. Baka will have a blade of their own online. A pretty large ultimate advantage coming into this next fight for Demonetized.
So we'll have to see how these ultimates are going to work. Last time Demonetized used a lot of their ultimates in one fight, weren't able to get the win, so we'll see if it works in their favor this time. Tyla trying to push forward, ends up getting binded chained by the Mizuki of Grunt Fatak. Now the Casino Rush from Alacrity. Now Element gets rid of Feed Stacker after they use the overclock, sort of a reverse of what happened last time. But now it's Nemesis form and the Blade inside of that cage right now from Tyla. It is truly a back and forth right now of ultimate. The Spooky gets rid of Skin, but now it's a matter of who can touch this point. Spooky trying to get rid of that Mauga as the overclock comes in from Element. Back and forth affair still. Is it still not a one fight here for Demonetized? As Tyla, one health to the name, just running out of that, trying to get back to the comfort of their team. Demonetized are going to flip the point, but Goblin Goobers are ready to re-engage for another fight.
And I can't believe Grunt was able to survive that fight there on the Mizuki. Mostly hiding behind a pillar, but that was one rare time that Element didn't hit the shot. Hits the shot that time, is able to finish off Feed Stacker and get into the point here, just able to get these kills. And now with the advantage, Goblin Goobers, you can see them pushing forward once again, trying to end this round.
Element already a little bit risky. Spooky gonna be chasing them down here, but they end up costing their life for them. Alacrity getting that final kill. Grunfatok also out of the fight. Now all that's left is Baka. No blade to the name as they're just trying to find anything here. They're gonna be finding their way back to the spawn room as Goblin Goobers flips the point here, 99 to 67%. Goblin Goobers are gonna take the first map of this series.
Yes, they are now on match point and well deserved. A 2-0 here on Busan. And not showing a lot of weakness, especially on that second map. Really getting some solid just macro plays, some good rotations, but then they also have the flashy DPS line to be able to get plays like this.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I mentioned Skin early. Skin, probably one of the better DPS players here on this team, knows how to make an impact, especially when this team is able to set up those nano blades. So really good showing here from Goblin Goobers. Again, this is how they were able to take a map in that first kickoff tournament. They were able to really show that nano blade style and be able to make an impact when it mattered the most. So good showing here from Goblin Goobers. But the question is, how is Demonetized going to answer back as they go into Neon Junction? Obviously, the first ban is going to be in their favor. What are they going to choose, and how are they going to make it work here on Neon Junction?
It's they got a couple different ways to go here. I mean, they could try to do something more targeted, like either ban the Genji, make sure Skin doesn't get that, or ban a Soj, make sure Element doesn't get that. But either one of those options feel like those two DPS players are just talented enough to just play a different hero. So I don't know which way these that Demonetized wants to go with the bans. Maybe just taking off something like a Kiri and just really just throwing a wrench into the works of Goblin Goobers' strategies.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting as I'm taking a look here at the stats from that last map. It is worth noting, Punk Space did never die. Punk Space did not have a single death in the entirety of that match. They have an error kill death ratio. So that means that really that Ana has been a big problem for Demonetized. But you also got to look at the fact that Alacrity only died 2 times on that Kiriko as well. So the support line here for Goblin Goobers definitely knowing how to make an impact here, starting off this match pretty quickly. So we'll see if there's any changes planned here for the side of Demonetized, what they want to try to do here to try and take advantage of that, or try to exploit that sort of factor that the supports just had so much time surviving, what they're planning on doing here for Neon Junction and how they're going to be able to implement it. It is going to be interesting as well, because again, Neon Junction, a map that is not even a week old at this point, Newbeat. A lot of teams are still learning this new map, including myself, so it'll be interesting to see how Demonetized are going to take on this brand new map.
Yeah, because there's a lot of different elements here. I've, in my limited experience with this map, there's a lot of different ways of routing to either the point or the payload, depending on where we are. A lot of different off angles that you can take and really try to catch the other team by surprise. So it feels like at times in that last map, Demonetized maybe struggled a little bit in those head-to-head fights when 5v5 came together. So maybe working on some more of these off angles will work to their advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Again, for those who are unaware, Neon Junction, of course, released Season 3, has some interesting features, most notably the train. There is a high-speed train that you can pass through if you want to try to risk your life. Hitting the train kind of is an immediate death, so you got to be careful about that. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. Again, teams are still trying to figure out this map. Do we know if it's a dive map? Is it the next King's Row? What are we dealing with here with this sort of map? And how we're going to be able to use that to our advantage going into the map selection.
Yeah, it feels like maybe teams start with a little bit more rush like a rush composition with maybe one flanker of a DPS. Like obviously, we could see something like a Genji. Who knows? There's still a lot of different ways to go, and these bans will definitely have a way to go. And it looks like Demonetized here is going to ban that Genji, so just targeting skin, making sure they don't have that Genji in their hands for a map.
Yeah, not surprising here. Again, that Genji from skin was very strong in that map. I'm not surprised to see Demonetized going for that targeted ban. This also allows you to ban Ana, say if we have to go to Runasapi here, so there is that opportunity to try and go for a second ban. You might as well just ban the Genji, force out that sort of pressure, and if that seems like it's a big, if the Ana is available for that final map, then you could ban out the Ana instead here. Meanwhile, on the side of Goblin Goobers, they're going to ban the Sigma here on Neon Junction, which makes it so there's not a lot of poke pressure coming out here from the side of Demonetized, which can work in their favor, but you also still have that Domina as a pick. But also, I don't think Spooky is the type of person to play that sort of poke, so we'll have to see if this is going to work here for the side of Goblin Goobers. But yeah, definitely interesting sort of bans here. We obviously knew the Genji ban was coming here, newbie, but the Sigma ban from Goblin Goobers is definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, that one will really throw a wrinkle into the game plans going into Neon Junction as well, because I think, especially on a new map where maybe you're still trying to get used to it a little bit, Sigma is such a strong anchor tank that you can play around. It can really be that comfort blanket that you can use in some unfamiliar surroundings. Unfortunately, they're not going to have access to it this time around, so it's going to be interesting to see which tank they want to go with instead. I'm still kind of wondering, tossing it around in my head, do they go rush, do they go dive? Like, I feel like it could be rush, but like you said, it's early days with this map. It could go anywhere.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is early days. Anything could happen here, but the only thing that is guaranteed to happen is our match here on Neon Junction. I don't know if it's correct, but this is at least the first time Neon Junction is played in the C League. I don't know if it's the first time it's being played on broadcast, but regardless, we're heading over to Neon Junction. Again, brand new map. A lot of people are still getting used to this map, so anything could happen here. This really is the biggest wild card here for BPL Season 8. Originally, this was going to be Hollywood in the map pool, but the community voted, and now Neon Junction is there instead. I mean, look at it. I mean, you can't argue with Neon Junction already. We got a Winston plush in there. Like, nothing tops that.
Yeah, we got a little Winston, we got a little Fox. Like, I'd spend all day on the machine and get nothing. So it's I guess the next best thing is just taking a quick look. But I'm really excited to see if one of these teams maybe practices a little bit of poor train safety. I think we could get some fun moments coming with the train as well. So that'll be another thing to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully by the end of this map, we don't have to keep repeating the PSA see tracks think train here. But while we're waiting for the attack to come out, we get a look at these rosters here, Newbeat. And one of the big things I'm noticing, not just on the side of Goblin Goobers, but both sides, we are seeing our first Sion gameplay here on the C League. It'll be interesting to see how this new hero is going to work in the favor for both of these teams. And we see already the bikes are flying on both sides. That explosive bike can cause a lot of issues.
Double joyride coming out there in the spawn. And I think Shiran can really do some damage on this map. Obviously, like a lot of off angles that she can really try and exploit as she comes back around. Tyler getting really low on that Manga, has to get a Suzu and get back out. So a little bit of a slow start here for Goblin Goobers.
Tyler's going to be making their way back. Skin's trying to go for that sort of flank angle here, but Spooky, so much pressure, already antenated, 1 health to the name. Thankfully, the Immortality Field is there to keep them alive. As for Tyler, the same cannot be said. Beat Stacker finishing him off. Baka doing the better of the two Shions. Meanwhile, Element able to get that trade on the Feed Stacker, but the damage has been done. It's going to be Demonetized, holding so far here for this first point. Also worth noting, look how close first point is to the attacker spawn point here. It's going to be a really quick move here from Goblin Goobers. They're going to be able to re-engage basically immediately.
Yeah, that is really not a long way to go to get in onto this point. And Fives as well, some great play on the BAP. We don't see a lot of BAP recently. Hasn't really been hard in the meta, but that Immortality Field is always such a strong ability, able to save people from death. And now with Spooky going down, this is going to be a go for Goblin Goobers.
Yeah, definitely. And you see the impact of this Lucio. Again, Lucio banned on the first map. Now it's back here for map number 2. Spooky able to take perfect advantage of it as now Alacrity is out. So is Tyler. That small room, not the place you want to face off against a Reinhardt. And Spooky illustrates that perfectly. Element stuck in the wrong place as well here. Looking like a pretty good hold here for the side of Demonetized. About to take half of that time bank away from Goblin Goobers here for point A.
Yeah, after that first map on Busan, Demonetized, maybe a bit demoralized going down 2-0, but looking really good so far here on Neon Junction. Able to hold in on this point. They've already burned away the time bank down to 2 minutes, and now it's going to be up for Goblin Goobers to get in, but they're going to be walking into that Am Matrix that's come out from 5.
Yeah, looks like they're just peeking right now, just trying to wait for that opportunity. We do see Skin switching over to the Onron, as now there's so much damage going into Spooky again. Here comes the Shadow from Spooky. It does land onto the Alacrity, but now it's Baka coming out with a singularity strike, able to get that kill onto Alacrity, but Element answering in, coming into their own Element. Literally 3 kills on the field for this Cassidy, looking for the 4 on to 5s. Oh, okay, now that we'll cut the tape there. But it's going to be eventually Goblin Goobers cleaning up the field. 5 getting killed out here by Skin, and the first point's going to go to Goblin Goobers here after about 3 minutes of trying to attack on it.
Yeah, depending where you clip it, that can be a really good clip for Element on that first point. Looking really strong on these hit scan heroes as the point has been fully capped. And Tyler getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves, getting a little bit deep, and they are going to go down right as this payload unlocks.
Yeah, the good news for Tyler is that the spawn point for the card is right behind it, so they are going to be able to get back into this fight quickly here. Hi, Giant Pachi Caddy. Didn't expect to see you here, but now it's going to be a matter of Demonetized trying to hold this corner here, and you already see there is some opportunity for the high ground. You see Element going to be taking this high ground, trying to go up to where the train is, but you got to be careful if you're taking this high ground, because if you get into, yep, you see the red lights, that's a sign that the high-speed train's about to come, and you do not want to get hit by that. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Goblin Goobers already finding 2 kills. Baka and Feedstacker, I believe, both going down here. Now Tylo pushing forward, stomping out on Spooky, just trying to stay alive right now, but there is so much pressure going on to this Reinhardt. Eventually, Tylo will burn them down alongside Skin.
Yeah, Spooky just couldn't sustain for too long. I mean, that Rein shield is going to go down eventually, and when it does, the Reinhardt's going to fall shortly after. Now we got both both support ultimates online here for Demonetized to try and stabilize this hold as the payload is inching forward to the second point.
The second point is right by where that banner is, so we'll see if this point is going to work. Here comes an amplification matrix from 5, but it's already a kill on the Baka here, and a beautiful cage coming out here from Tyla, eliminating everyone. Element of 3K Deadeye. Spooky gets cleaned up by Skin as well. A perfect combination of ultimates for Goblin Goobers.
They had nowhere to run. All of Demonetized were stuck inside the cage, and then just executed by Element. A great combination there from Goblin Goobers, and now they're already in onto the third point. 3:26 left on the clock, and they seem to be gaining momentum. Feedstacker though with a nice pick in onto Element.
It's going to be a good opening pick here for the side of Demonetized, because now Goblin Goobers down one of the more consistent DPS. We'll see if that's going to work in their favor though, because again, you get that first kill right as they make their way over. Element's actually going to make the switch over to Sojourn here as we head into the third map as well, so Goblin Goobers only committing to this sort of Sojourn playstyle. It's going to be interesting to see if it works out. The card's still holding right before this first corner of the second point. The question is, when are the Goblin Goobers going to be making their advance? The answer is now. Kitsune Rush comes in here from Alacrity. Here comes that Rising Phoenix as well from Skin, trying to find both of the support line with the flaming fans. Goblin Goobers still have not found any kills with 2 ultimates left. They have moved the card up to the second corner now, the final point, but now here comes that configuration artillery from Feedstacker, just trying to separate the members, and now the Nano Boost once again on the Skin. We saw the Nano Blades earlier, now we see the Nano Onron, and we see just how much of an impact it can make. Both supports dead for the side of Demonetized, but that's a 2-man shatter from Spooky, getting rid of Element and Alacrity at the same time. There's an opportunity to re-engage here for the side of Demonetized, but they have to be quick about it. Skin goes down. That's a 3K for Spooky, but now it's going to be Tylo pushing that card for the meanwhile, but the rest of Demonetized are there to sustain the hold.
Yeah, some great plays coming up from Demonetized on that last hold. Spooky obviously with the big slam, but a shout out to Tracy. Had a huge sound barrier there when Skin came in with the on-run ult, and that really mitigated just a ton of damage and was able to get the rest of Demonetized back into the fight. And now Spooky just trying to hold this corner, just making sure they're not giving Tyla an opener to come in and throw down another cage, because that'll be on soon.
Here comes Tylo, right for the rush, goes for the backline, misses the entire backline to try and stomp directly on them. Amplification Matrix from 5s here, so now Goblin Goobers have to be more careful about their positioning. Meanwhile, Element found their way over to this high ground. Another opportunity here for Element to make an impact as they go right for the corner. 5 barely out of the cage, runs back inside of it to try and keep themselves away. Another Scorched aside from Skin, gets rid of Feet Stackers. Here comes the sure case strike from Baka, getting rid of Punk Space. It is a trade, and now there's no support left for the side of Goblin Goobers. That shatter from Spooky, definitely not the best, but still does some work, able to get rid of Skin, and now charges right to Tyler to try and build up that charge. It's just Spooky right now on the point, just trying to stay alive against Tyler, and Element on the high ground just running away at the sight of their Mauga falling.
Demonetized really using the spawn advantage to their advantage right now. Like, if you think of something like another hybrid map like Eichenwald, if you get stuck here at the very end of the map, it can really be really hard to finish it off, and I think that's what Goblin Goobers is running into right now as they come back in. 35 seconds left to go, so this is more than likely the last fight.
It's gonna be interesting to see. We have that nano boost online for Goblin Goobers. The question is, do they use it onto Element, Skin, or Tyla here? Casino Rush could also make an impact, but they have to be fearful of 5's Amplification Matrix. One of the bigger stallers here. Baka on the high ground knows that the Element would be trying to go for that high ground positioning. They're trying to keep them safe right now. Here comes the artillery form from Feed Stacker as Tracy is stomped into oblivion. Amplification Matrix is out, but there's no way to be able to take advantage of it as Tyler just runs into the room and stomps Spooky and Feed Stacker to bits. Overtime now engaged as the Kitsune Rush from Alacrity on the point. Tracy's going to come in for the stall, but is only there for about a second as they just get completely obliterated. It is going to be a map completion here for the side of Goblin Goobers. No time left in the bank, though, to save for it.
Yeah, so that is the silver lining for Demonetized. They were able to burn that timer down to 0. So if they finish with more than a minute left on their attack, then they'll really be in the driver's seat. But we'll have to see how that goes. Tyler looking pretty good on that Mauga as the map went on. Obviously a bit of a dream there at the end when you stomp into that room and there's 3 low health heroes against you. That's exactly what you want to see from Mauga, but a really good showing there on that last map. And I think, I wonder if they'll continue with the Mauga on defense.
Mauga has seemed to be the strongest point here for Goblin Goobers. Tyla's Mauga has been pretty strong since we've seen it back in the kickoff tournament here. Meanwhile, for Demonetized, no surprise here. They're keeping Spooky on that Reinhardt. We've seen a lot of good things from Spooky's Reinhardt in the past, and the recent Reinhardt buffs have made Reinhardt a lot more lethal, especially in the range game. So we'll see if that's going to work here. Baka going to be going back over to the Mei. We saw that Mei back on Busan Mecha base. Didn't really work as well as they thought, but maybe it'll work better here as they go for the Reinhardt. Meanwhile, Goblin Goobers, you mentioned the Mauga again, newbie. It's going to be back on the table here. The on-run running here from Skin. This is the exact same composition they were able to succeed on with that first point that brought them all the way to the end. Minus Element, which was on the Cassie first point, now on the Sojourn again.
Yeah, so just seeming to flip back and forth between the Cass and the Sojourn. Baka now on the on-run, so both these teams on the attack wanting to go to the on-run, and of course, as I say that, Baka has gone back to the maze, so I got spawn baited on that one. But as you mentioned, Bazzy, like a really short walk to this first point is actually kind of crazy how close it is. And so far, 5's just trying to get over onto this left-hand side to see if they can get an opening.
If I may recall, this might be closer than the distance between King's Row and the spawn point. Meanwhile, 5's aim able to get rid on the Element. This is the closest that Demonetized have right now to getting this first objective as Spooky tries to chase down the on-run of Skin. Isn't able to get the charge off, but is able to force out the Sleep Dart from Punk Space early here. Here comes the contest coming in for Demonetized, but already Feed Stacker, wrong place, wrong time. I believe that was both Tyla and Skin going right for that Cassidy here. Now it's going to be Tyla moving in, the stomp onto Tracy now. Both supports dead to the hands of this Mauga. Tyla reigning absolutely supreme with a 3K.
Yeah, that's what happens when you put your face in front of 2 miniguns. You go down pretty quick, and Baka found that out the hard way. They are getting close to the Mei Blizzard as well, so that will be a tool that Demonetized has in this next fight here as they start getting some ultimates online.
The Mei wall is going to be important to see how this Blizzard works out, because if you're able to hit that Mei wall in the right position, you have an opportunity to really take advantage of this Blizzard here. Tyla's pushed up way far up for the rest of their team. Meanwhile, Alacrity's out of the fight. You might not even need the Blizzard, but Baka's still going to commit it anyway. The wall does not connect, but it keeps the rest of Goblin Goobers away from the objective. Right now for Goblin Goobers, you're waiting for Alacrity to get back, but Element dies as you're waiting for your Kiriko. It's going to look rough here for the side of Goblin Goobers, but now Skin trying to make an advantage here. Cage fight comes out here from Tyla, but all the damage is not there. Skin's out of the fight. Is able to use that Vermilion Revival to get themselves back in, but now that wasted their ultimate. Tyla's going to be pushing forward. 6 shots from Tracy probably might have made the difference, and now both supports are dead on the side of Demonetized, and what was looking like a good fight goes to waste.
What communication from Goblin Goobers, and that is unfortunate to say the least for Tracy to get hit with the first Ajax that at least I've seen this year. That is so rough, and great communication from Goblin Goobers. You could see them disengage and then re-engage at the perfect time, use that Mog ultimate to make sure that they had the upper hand in the fight, and the Ajax was just what sealed the deal.
Now the fight comes in here from the side of Goblin Goobers. Kitsune Rush to start off. Skin's already found Tracy again. He's adding insult to injury, making Tracy the first one dead in the fight, but there still is a push here from Demonetized. The Shatter from Spooky, a complete whiff as they start making their way onto the objective. Overclock comes in from Element, though. That's 2 ultimates expended here for the side of the Goblin Goobers compared to the 1 used by Demonetized. Spooky's gonna fall here for their efforts, but now with 1 minute to go, Tracy is able to get the revenge onto Element here, and is gonna be able to get out to tell the tale. Now it's a question of can Demonetized regroup fast enough to get into this fight here. They have an overclock to do it, Newbie.
This is going to be the fight they have to win. Obviously, with 45 seconds left, they don't have many other options. But really, Tracy, the big thing about that was the kill and then getting back out and not staggering themselves at all. So now coming back in, this has to be the fight Demonetized has to win.
Element back in the fight, using that disruptor shot right onto the Reinhardt here as Baka's going to be facing a lot of pressure, but charge in from Spooky, the Blizzard in from Baka, so much pressure coming in, and that perfectly placed wall right in front of both supports, or at least the Ana of Punk Space, making it so they couldn't get healed onto the Mauga. Now all the kills are coming in favor of Demonetized with 11 seconds left. They're going to finally start touching this point again and being able to cap it for their own. It's going to be Baka in that small room, getting rid of Punk Space as well, as the point is going to go to Demonetized with basically no time left in the bank. But now they have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to get this over to the second point.
They've bought themselves a second life here, and this is going to allow Spooky to get a little bit further forward to see if they can create a little bit of space as the payload rounds the first corner here. And Demonetized a good fight previously, and now they just really have to start gaining some more momentum and stacking fight wins on top of each other.
Demonetized right now, mostly setting up on the low ground. You see Feet Stacker there on the high ground. Skin's going to be able to try and contest them as Spooky tries to go for this one-on-one with Tyla. Now the rest of Goblin Goobers actually on the high ground, making their way over. It's going to force out this overclock here from Feet Stacker. Tyla uses the cage, immediately gets killed for their efforts. As Fives ends up dying as well, so now it's a trade here. 1 support for 1 tank. Tracy able to get the kill on the Skin, though, and now Alacrity out of the fight as well. Looks like it's going to have to be a reset here for the side of Goblin Goobers as Spooky tries to go for the fire strike, but there's a wall there, unfortunately, so unable to get that kill there onto Element, who almost gets out alive, but a perfect shot from Feet Stacker staggers them out.
Yeah, after just, lauding the communication of Goblin Goobers previously, that seemed like a little odd fight as Tylo is off by themselves, pops the cage, and it just really seemed ill-advised. It did not work out for them. Now we got the windows coming up from Fives. A lot of members, though, from Demonetized getting low.
Element able to use the overclock, but no one touches the point. I believe that was Baka on the point, able to get it all the way in while Goblin Goobers just weren't paying attention. Now the cart moving into the second point here after that unfortunate Charlie 9er. First an Ajax, now a C9 here, Newbie. We're hitting every single trend here in Overwatch today.
Yeah, our Overwatch bingo card is filling up quickly, and oh boy, that is not the way you want to lose a point if you're Goblin Goobers. With the quick letter number just going down, and now there's over 2 minutes left for Demonetized to get this the rest of the way in. Right now, Element up on this high ground at the back line. It's going to be hard to push on that Sojo.
Vermilion Ascent comes in here from Skin in the back line. They're able to get rid of Baka for it, but Alacrity once again sacrificing their life. Alacrity's been dying a lot more on this Kiriko as his attack has gone on. But Spooky's traded out. It's going to be Feet Stacker getting killed out by Skin as well. And now the push in coming in from the Goblin Goobers. 5 out of the fight. Tracy again finds the kill on the Element. If I had a nickel for every time that happened today, I'd have 2, which is 2 more than I expected today.
Yeah, Tracy clearly has a vendetta against element right now, just constantly trying to take down that Sojourn and doing a good job. And again, not paying for with their life for that kill. And that's really what you want to see out of Lucio. If you're able to secure those kills and live, that's exactly what you want. As another whiff comes out from Spooky.
Spooky definitely tried to do something with that Shatter. We won't know what it is until maybe we get an interview with them later in the season. But Demonetized now trying to find their way over this high ground, push the cart in. 60 seconds remain, so unfortunately they do have to go to an overtime round here if they are able to cap. Here comes the push from Tyla, using that nano boost coming in. The beat comes out from Tracy trying to gate it. Overclock as well from Feedstacker. Hasn't found anything yet until they find the head of Skin as they were trying to escape the backline. Now Tyla out as well, which means that Demonetized have an opportunity here to push this cart in with a little bit of time. The charge from Spooky gets onto Alacrity, but unable to finish it thanks in part to that sleep start from Punk Space. But you don't even need the sleep. You don't even need that sort of charge. They're able to get the kill into both supports anyway. Tyla comes in for the push. Cage fight engaged alongside this overclock, and Tracy's dead to that field. Now the kill's going back and forth, but it's Feedstacker lighting up the kill feed. Vodka's Blizzard does just enough to give Demonetized a 13-second advantage on the time bank.
Yeah, both these teams neck and neck here in Neon Junction, and with that, like, that was always gonna be a really scuffed last contest coming out from Goblin Goobers, as they were just losing too many members too often. And now Demonetized with that slight advantage, they are in the driver's seat, trying to force us to a third map. And some really good showings from Demonetized on that last map as well. We mentioned, I think the support line was really good. Both Fives and Tracy were showing great on that last map.
Now as we get ready here for the attack, again, we've mentioned how close the spawn room is to the control point here, so really that 13 seconds could make an impact in the later game. But we're seeing again the same thing from both sides. It's going to be Goblin Goobers on the attack first here. Demonetized, what you see here is probably what they're going to be running with. They're running back with this Baka on the Mei here, new beat. It'll be interesting to see if this works out in their favor here. Goblin Goobers, meanwhile, showing the Juno right now. We'll see if this sticks. It looks like it might here. Juno Kiri here for the side of Goblin Goobers, which means they get that added speed boost. Now Tyler can move around a lot more quicker, but you lose that nano boost as well as that anti-nade that have been so pivotal in some of these fights.
Yeah, I think that does kind of make sense, at least, like with Spooky playing that Reinhardt, sometimes it can be harder to find those purples into the enemy team. So maybe opting with that speed ring as more of a utility for this Maga, and we'll see if it works. I really think that there can be some synergy between the Maga and the Juno.
Island already pushing forward, goes for the charge, able to knock down a couple people, but hasn't done that much damage. But you already see the impact having Onron and Malgo. You have two players who can ignite the field and do so much damage. Spooky and Feedstacker dead. Skin gets traded out, but the damage has already been done. It's pretty much everyone on the side of Demonetized down. Tracy might go for the last minute stall, just gonna get picked out here by Elemental, finally getting their revenge after those two Reddit Lucio plays late here. Gonna be the cap coming in here from Goblin Goobers. 14 seconds now on the clock. After that 14 seconds expires, they can't step off this cart for a single second.
Yeah, and Demonetized just has to play this a little bit patient here, wait for everybody to get back. They just have one hero left, as they're just gonna try and hold it onto this corner. And that's a really great point, Bowsy. You gotta remember, now that overtime is underway, Goblin Goobers have to keep somebody on the cart. We've already seen one C9. We really don't want to see another.
Luki already returning the corner, looking for the early pickoff here onto Tyla, as well as anyone on the members here. Punk Space, meanwhile, halfway over to this Kitsune Rush. That could be the difference maker, as well as any of these ultimates. His Element poking in from afar, just constantly pushing back the members of Demonetized. And Feedstacker is the first casualty. The Amplification Matrix comes in here from Fives, but so does the Vermilion Ascent coming out from Skin, who's just cleaning up the competition. A quintuple kill for Skin.
Skin, that was absolutely amazing. And honestly, with the time bank that Goblin Goobers had coming into this attack, they have to be over the moon with how far they've already gotten this payload. And coming into this next fight, we are going to see a cage, but that May Blizzard could be a really strong ultimate now that we're in overtime.
That Hiragana fight is where the first checkpoint is here. It's going to be Spooky touching out, but the cage fight comes in. B comes in from Tracy, so does the Blizzard here from Baka. It's going to be Tyler just using that little pillar to keep themselves alive. Shatter from Spooky does land on the Pump Space as they die in the aftermath. It's just Tyler. Can't touch the point in time, though. So it's going to be a hold here from Demonetized with that flurry of ultimates on that final point. but it's already a huge push here from Goblin Goobers. First point and 99 meters taken here on their attack in overtime.
And now they've set themselves up with such a winnable scenario because basically you got a minute left. Goblin Goobers can just stack a bunch of ultimates and they just need to win one fight really once that time bank gets down. So I really think they're in a really good spot to take this map. It's going to be tough. There's going to be have to be some big plays coming up from Demonetized here, which they are definitely capable of. We've seen some really promising signs of their play on this map, and hopefully that can continue, but they've given themselves a tall order with how far they have to get this cart.
As Goblin Goobers set up for their defense, no surprise to see them running on the same composition, minus the Juno, so back to the Kiriana here for the Goblin Goobers. Demonetized right now, they were showing the Orisa there for a second from Spooky, but what I'm more interested in is what we see currently from Fives here, Newbie. We've been seeing Fives play the Baptiste, they showed the Kiriko there for a bit. We'll see if that decides to come back out, because that Kiriko can help, especially with how much igniting Skin and Tyler are able to do into the backline of the Demonetized.
Yeah, Suzu's just such a strong ability, and it's kind of interesting. It's obviously a comfort thing. I've seen Fives play Bat before, and you know, previously mentioned that the Immortality Field can be a really strong ability, but I think you're right, Bowsy. I think having that Suzu right now would be a great boon to Demonetized as they get ready for this attack.
Their 13 extra seconds of fame have now gone by the wayside. Spooky looking for a sort of pick here. His element dropping extremely low. And Feed Stacker finding the first kill, being able to make it work here for that sort of first pick. Now an opportunity has shown. Tyler's going to be pushing in, but there's a beautiful Maywall from Baka, keeping Tyler inside that small room with no supports to speak of. Now Goblin Goobers down their tank, down one of their DPS. They're almost down their Kiriko. In fact, they are down their Kiriko. Alacrity dies late. It's another beautiful Maywall from Baka to keep Skin inside of the fight. And now Demonetized, 22 seconds on the clock. They're going to be able to cap this first point. Now comes that long trudge, 99 meters up the road.
That was exactly the start that Demonetized needed. They really needed a bright start to this fight, and now that they've done it, they're a little bit ahead in some ultimates, and they've got the momentum, so they have to keep this going now. Feed Stacker on this Sojourn has not maybe been as explosive as Element, but has constantly found the first picks in these fights, and we'll see if that can continue.
Element, however, looking for the sort of flank. They see where Tracy is. They're immediately trying to wait for the move so they can start making this first pick. Here they go, right onto Tracy, trying to find that Lucio first. The Speed Stacker goes in, but they're able to find Skin before Element even loads a single bullet. And now Element has to wait for the train to pass before they're even able to get back to the rest of their team. The pressure is on for Goblin Goobers as Demonetized have been uncontested, moving this card over to the next point.
That's a good disengage there from Goblin Goobers, but we might be seeing a map 3 here. This fight will decide it all, and Demonetized has that ultimate advantage as they only have about 5 meters left to go.
Shatter comes out here from Spooky. It doesn't land on the target they were looking for. They were looking for the kill on the Skin, but unable to land it here as the Immortality Field is there. From Goblin Goobers, Demonetized pushing right over the line. The Goblin Goobers didn't know what hit them, and it's going to be Demonetized taking the second map. We're going to a map 3, newbies.
And Goblin Goobers clearly were planning on Tyler being there to be the one to keep that touch going, and with the window that came out from Fives, they went down way quicker than expected, and there was just nobody there to back it up, to stay in onto that point. And I gotta say, with Tyler going down first, C9 or no, I don't think they were winning that fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a hard fight to go into there if you were the Goblin Goobers. It was possible, but it would have been a big challenge to say the least here. But now, for the second time for both of these teams in BPL Season 8, they are going to a map number 3. This is not the first time that they've been there. The question is, though, now it's heading into the final map, which is Rune Asapi here. And this is an interesting one because of all the teams. Again, these teams have only played one push map each in that kickoff tournament. It was Demonetized who won their push map, and Goblin Goobers who didn't. Granted, those were different push maps. They were Esperanza and Colosseo, but this could still be a big moment here for Demonetized to try and get this reverse sweep here, Newbeat.
And yeah, and apologize that you had to reset the side. I know that's a pain to have to do that every time. But I guess we are back to 0, and Rune Asapi coming up. This is going to be a really interesting one because with these push maps, we've kind of seen in the first 2 maps of this game, Goblin Goobers kind of gets out to a bit of a lead, and then Demonetized kind of shows up later. You can't really do that on a push map. It's much harder. If somebody's able to win a couple fights early on, it can be really hard for the losing team to get back in.
So we'll see how that's going to work here for the side of Goblin Goobers. Again, coming off of 2 C9s, mind you, both on the same point. That has to be difficult here for the Goblin Goobers. Granted, Demonetized had the Ajax, but as we've learned, Tracy just goes out all aggressive as a Reddit Lucio player just to cope with the facts. So Tracy's fine. I'm more concerned about the Goblin Goobers. Are they prepared? Are they able to recover from the fact that they had 2 C9s on the same map, on the same point, at roughly two very critical moments of the game?
Yes, and I think that's the big thing about it, right? Is they were both really critical moments. It looks like they could have really turned out, that map could have turned out differently. Like sometimes Team C9, and then it's like, oh well, we won the map anyway or whatever. But those C9s really did affect the outcome of that last map. And now it's really important for Goblin Goobers to mentally reset, get back in, and should give us a good showing here on Runasabi.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a look at some of the stats here, I'm noticing some things. One of the big things, obviously, Skin's impact in this game. 48 eliminations on the side for Skin in that map. That is 10 more than anyone else in the lobby. That is absolutely insane coming out from Skin, showing the sort of impact that they are making here on this DPS role. And it shows maybe this Onron, maybe Skin is just really that person. Like, she has just been absolutely astounding so far in this matchup, but can she show up on this final map when it matters the most here? As we get a look at some of our early bans here, Goblin Goobers, again, losing the map, they get the first ban. They are choosing Mei here for that first ban.
That's an interesting ban, and it is worth mentioning now that Genji is back into the pool. So Skin, if she wants to go back to the Genji, that is absolutely on the table. But I feel like both these teams have had a strong Mei in the last map, so interesting that they want to take the Mei off the table for Runasabi here.
The interesting thing here is what Demonetized are going to ban. Again, I mentioned, of course, Punk Space is on a Punk Space. Again, just as I mentioned, Punk Space having only single-digit deaths. Everyone else on the lobby had double-digit deaths, except for Punk Space, who had 5. But Demonetized say, we're done with the Mauga. No more Mauga today. You're not going Mauga on Runasabi. So Mauga off the table here for Goblin Goobers, which is interesting because in the last match Goblin Goobers played, which was their match against Pachisuba in the mid-season, in the kickoff tournament, the only map that they won was the one map Mauga was banned. So this could be an opportunity here for Goblin Goobers to take this victory in a map number 3. But regardless of which here, Newbie, it is going to be interesting to see what these two teams are planning. The Mei, I think Demonetized can do without, but I think the Mauga is going to be interesting to see for Goblin Goobers what their plan is.
Yeah, I think the Mauga ban tells me that Spooky might just stay on that Reinhardt for this next map. It just, it can be a pain to play a Reinhardt into a Mauga, so I think maybe that's what this is telling me, is they're like, well, I want to keep playing the Reinhardt, so like, can we just take a break from the Mauga for a bit? And we'll see if that works for them. If that is the case, I think this also forces Tyla obviously to go over to a different tank, and it'll be interesting to see what they opt to go into this next round.
Yeah, definitely. One of the bigger things I'm interested in as well is that obviously we saw that Reinhardt work very well here for Spooky on that first map. I mean, looking at the stats here just real quick for Spooky. Spooky obviously 13 deaths. Yeah, that happens, but did have the most amount of damage on the team on that Reinhardt, and we saw just how much of an aggressor Spooky could be on that Reinhardt. So the question is, do they keep with the Reinhardt or do they go back to the Ramatra that they had on that first map here, New? Because it really is a difference. I think it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do. Ramatra provides that more long-range play style, while Reinhardt is more in the close-range brawl style. So we'll see what that's going to be here for Demonetized. And what Goblin Goobers are going to do, I have to expect the Genji's going to be back in play here. We're probably going to see that Genji Ana back in here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think the Genji is definitely like a strong pick for Skin, and I think they need to come out with their best foot forward here on Runasabi. And mentioning Spooky's damage too, like Spooky has looked good on the Reinhardt, minus some of the shatters have been a little bit suspect, but just playing in the neutral and being able to take that space using, you know, the buff Fire Strike too, right? Doing a little bit more damage, traveling a little bit faster. Really able to get a lot of value out of that Reinhardt, even if the shatters are suboptimal.
You take a look here at the early picks here for Runasapi here. No surprise to already see Goblin Goobers. Again, Ana, Kiri, Genji, Sojourn, those have pretty much been the mainstays here. Tyla, however, showing the Zarya here to start off in the hero selection. Be interesting to see if that works out for them. Meanwhile, Demonetized, again, back to the Reinhardt. I mentioned it earlier. Spooky on the Reinhardt. Baka going to be going over to the Reaper. We saw a flash of Reaper on Busan, so we'll see if this works a little bit better this time. Skin going to be a little late to the party, teleporting the rest of Goblin Goobers out. As it's going to be Demonetized, however, getting to the point first here with that Lucio speed boost and Rein charge.
Yeah, I really like the composition that Demonetized has run out here with the Lucio Rein combo. Obviously, Rein can have trouble getting around the map at times, and that Lucio speed boost really helps them out. And then you can make them really strong as well with 5s on that Baptiste. You get that immortality field, you get the extra shift healing from the Bap. So a lot of ways Demonetized can play this. And Tracy is going to get the first kill here on the Skin, and now Punk Space is trading that back.
Tracy putting that Reddit Lucio to work, able to get rid of Skin. Element also dead. Here's a charge from Spooky on the Tyla, eliminates them as well. Only one person was sacrificed there was Baka, who's now switching over to the Venture here instead of going on to that Reaper. So we'll see if this works out as Demonetized now have the push. And once again, I talked about an aggressive play from Spooky, just charging in, getting rid of the supports, throwing Punk Space for a loop.
Yeah, that's not the first time today Punk Space has tried to save their life with a sleep. Unfortunately, in previous versions of that play, Punk Space has survived. This time, however, Spooky was able to get to them, get that Fire Strike, and already 30 meters and counting here for Demonetized, so this is a great start for them.
See Skin already trying to look for that back angle to try and get an advantage onto 5s. Spooky, meanwhile, pushing forward. So much damage already. He's already up to an Earth Shatter here within the first minute and a half of the match. Skin has to use the deflect, try to keep themselves alive with all the pressure going in. They just aren't able to die this clearly here. And now the push comes in. Tyla able to get eliminated here, but they do trade for Tracy until Spooky's Fire Strike finds Alacrity. And that's 3 kills for Spooky. This Reinhardt making a statement here as the first checkpoint is capped within the first 2 minutes of the match.
You love to see the Fire Strike through the window. Such an awesome combo going in and being able to get the kill. And with the late kill on Element, this is the checkpoint being taken and then some for Demonetized. So not only do they have those forward spawns there, they can keep pushing forward. And this is starting to look a little bit rough for Goblin Goobers. They gotta turn this around quick.
Element's gonna pop the overclock, already gets rid of 5s to start out, trying to get rid of Baka as well as they burrow right underneath them. But now Spooky gonna be able to die here. Baka does get the trade on Alacrity, but the damage has been done. Goblin Goobers able to finish out the kills. Baka's just gonna be a sort of stall in the back line, only for a second here. They're 1 health to the name. There you go, Element finishing them off. As it's gonna be Goblin Goobers now resetting this spot. Demonetized, back to the drawing board.
And when they look at that drawing board, they're going to find out that there will be a lot of ultimates coming online for this next fight here. So we will have our first ultimate fight of the match. Spooky already getting a couple Fire Strikes in. Skin getting into the backline, Nanoblade.
Nanoblade comes out here from Skin, does get rid of Feast Stacker, but the blade is there from the beat is there from Tracy to try and negate the rest of it. Only 1 Dragon Blade kill here for Skin. Still does a lot of damage. That's a lot of your damage pressure here from Demonetized out the board here. These Stacker's gonna be running back before this cart hits the checkpoint, but for now, Demonetized is just waiting back.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest Nanoblade of all time, but it definitely was enough as the bot is still pushing forward, and now we got the Sojourn ult coming out here from Feet Stacker, and 5s goes down.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush from Alacrity just supporting the rest of the team. Punk Space, meanwhile, finding 2 in this fight. It's just Spooky now on the card on the Reinhardt. Tries to go for the charge to get a load of pressure, but ends up dying to the hands of Alacrity as well. As that's a team wipe from Goblin Goobers as they make their way over to the checkpoint. Looks like they might be able to cap before Demonetized get back.
Yeah, I don't think anybody from Demonetized is going to be able to tap here, so it is going to be that cap, and they're going to get the Bud Scratch mode going as we got Skin over. They're taking a little bit of a flank. Now they have to deal with the Venture, and Baka just takes them to town.
Yeah, beautiful burrow from Baka. Meanwhile, a shatter from Spooky that actually landed, and unfortunately we didn't catch it in the first-person perspective, but nonetheless, does the damage, does the job, and it's going to be the team wipe here from the side of Demonetized, who now reset that bot. And now Spooky, off the Reinhardt, back onto the Ramatra here in Newbie. Interesting pick here moving in.
Yeah, we just got a bit of a Ramatra mirror happening right now. And, you know, with Ramatra being able to punch through the Rhine shield, I can see why that change is being made. We'll see if it pays off. The 5s does has that M matrix ready to go.
Amplification Matrix from 5s have been really good at separating the competition. That's exactly what they're going to do to start off here. But here comes the Annihilation from Tyler, but they get absolutely burned. That's why you don't look in the face of an Amplification Matrix when you're a tank. And now it's going to be Goblin Goobers paying the price. So much pressure coming in here from the side of Demonetized, continuing to push forward. And we have another tank swap. Tyler now onto the Junker Queen.
Yeah, maybe by the end of this map we'll have seen all the tanks in the roster, but Junker Queen's a bit of a surprise pick. Now, I haven't seen a lot of Junker Queen recently, so we'll see how much value Tyler can get with this hero, as now at 117 meters, Demonetized really getting far into this map.
Gonna be Tyler putting all the pressure here on the Spooky. Already an early cleansing Suzu coming out from Alacrity to keep Tyler alive through the pressure. But already so much damage in. Here comes the nano boosted element. Immediately finds the head of Tracy with that nano overclock. The vitality field's gone as well, as is Baka, as is Spooky. 3K so far for Element. Can they get the ace? All the substance in top piece, as well as the opposing Sojourn. 4 kills here for Element. Tyler takes away the ace.
Yeah, that was some play from Element there, and man, you got to give Element the ace. That was theirs for sure. But some good plays there from Goblin Goobers, really trying to turn this back around. And with only 4 minutes left to go, the time bank is starting to get low, and this is going to be Feedstacker throwing down the OC early and getting a kill on Element.
Huge already opening here from the side of Demonetized. They have an opportunity to make use of this. Spooky already pushing forward. Punk Space caught in a wrong angle. Tyler unable to get through the doorway as Alacrity just tried to keep themselves alive. Spoiler alert, they were failed in that. Bach able to get the kill, as now it's another push here from the side of Demonetized, resetting the checkpoints, and now 3.5 minutes on the time then.
And now, yeah, with that 3.5 minutes left, Demonetized really just has to hold serve. They don't even have to go any further. We'll have some ultimates online soon, as Skin does have that blade as well.
No Nano Blade engaged here. Skin's gonna be able to bait out that beat here from Tracy, so there's an opportunity here. But now here comes that Nemesis, that Annihilation from Spooky, and they caught Tyler in the wrong place. Tyler's just trying to stay alive, just barely able to. How is this Junker Queen still alive? Just barely alive to tell the tale of the annihilating Ramatra. Element able to get rid of Feedstacker as well, so now most of that DPS pressure is gone. Tracy falls by the wayside as well, as it's gonna be Goblin Goobers trying to clean this up. 5 goes down to Element again. This Sojourn from Element has been the big difference maker in this match so far.
And with that, I mean, Goblin Goobers, they do have the point back, and honestly, it was looking really dicey there for a second. I thought that might have been the end of the map if Spooky was able to get a little bit more with that Annihilation. It could have been all over but the crying, but as it is, Goblin Goobers still have a long way to go with this bot, but they are back into the fight and in control as we get back to the neutral point.
Here comes Tyler with that rush, trying to keep alive. Demonetized pushing forward, and Tracy just caught in the wrong angle, gets flashed by Carnage here. Nano Boost goes on to Tyler. This Junker Queen trying to make their way forward with the Rampage, just trying to find the picks, but it's going to be Demonetized, finding more picks than them. Element and Punk Space are dead. The push coming in from Demonetized, just ignoring the Junker Queen entirely, has continued to put them in this fight.
That was an amazing play from Demonetized. Like, Tyler gets into the backline with the Nano Queen ult, and Demonetized just push forward and say, hey, the tank's not here. We're going to get everybody else, and it worked out perfectly. Now Demonetized back in control, and they get the stagger kill in onto Skin, so this is going to be more bot progress, and this is once again looking a little bit rough for Goblin Goobers.
Only thing against Demonetized right now is that the rest of the team is not there, and the rest of the team won't be there for a while as Spooky ends up getting killed out by this overclock. Baka falls as well by the wayside. Tracy tries to stall. So does 5, as the rest of the team is just trying to recuperate. Probably back in the spawn room at this point. Goblin Goobers are going to reset the bot, but they only have a minute now to try and make up 70 meters here, Newbeat. It's not looking good, but anything can happen on push.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire now. With this difference in meterage, Goblin Goobers probably have to win at least 3 fights, if not 4, if not 5. Like, they got a long way to go, and it depends on how much Demonetized can just chip away at these attacks, and Tracy off to a good start getting rid of Tyler.
Yeah, already a good start here. 2 kills in the favor of Demonetized. Make that a third as Punkspace is dead. Alacrity just trying to stay alive. Ends up getting killed out here by Spooky late. Meanwhile, the bot not pushing that much. The checkpoints, I don't think they have been reset. Actually, no, they have been set here for the side of Demonetized. So it's all going to come down to this. One final attack. Goblin Goobers, they have to win this fight and every single fight afterward. We'll have to see if they're able to do it here, newbie, because this could be the determiner to if they win this match or not.
Absolutely. If Goblin Goobers are able to take this back, it's going to be one of the biggest turnarounds of all time. But every journey starts with a step. Let's see if they can do it.
Beatstacker going to start with the overclock. Baka, however, has already got rid of Skin. The Tracer out of the equation, and Tracy responds in kind with the beat here to push forward. Alacrity dropping extremely low. The Kitsune Rush unable to keep them alive. Beatstacker died, but now Alacrity's dead. Element's down as well, and Punkspace is the only support left in the field. That Ana just trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough. They end up, actually no, they stay alive by Baka. Kyla's also alive as well. This Junker Queen just barely able to stay alive. A chance is still there for the side of Goblin Goobers. It's now Spooky in a 1v1 against Kyla. It's going to be the Junker Queen winning, and now suddenly it looks possible. Fives answers back. 2 kills for Fives on the Kiriko. It's only Tyler on the cart, and they have to face off against a hungry Beatstacker.
Listen, Fives getting those 2 kills there is absolutely massive. With the overtime spawns, that really puts Demonetized in a really good position to come back in and fight this. Element gets a kill on to Tracy, and this is still going. Goblin Goobers really just defying the odds, getting back to the barrier, and they're going to keep pushing this.
Goblin Goobers have the chance to do something magical here. A 65 meter deficit could be made up here as they start making their way over to the barricade. Demonetized starting to contest here. Reminder, Demonetized just need to win one fight. Not looking good though, as they've already lost Beatstacker. Tracy dead as well. Element finding 3. Once again, Element showing their stuff. 4K here for Element. It's just 5s on the objective. Iowa, once again, removing the ace away from Element here. A team kill for the side of Goblin Goobers. But they had to use 2 big ultimates. Demonetized used nothing for that.
This is it, Bowser. We might be witnessing some history, but there's still a couple ultimates that Demonetized have that Goblin Goobers are going to have to get through, as there's only about 20 meters left to go for this miracle push to be completed.
In looking in the back line, have this pulse bomb online, unable to land it though. The drill from Baka keeps them away from the fight. Kitsune Rush comes out here from 5, as now Tyla is dead. Skin dies to the annihilation, and an annihilating Ramatra and a Kitsune Rush is nothing more but a bunch of hurt to the face as Demonetized clean it up. 13 meters left, it's not enough. Demonetized complete the reverse sweep and win their first match of BPL Season 8.
Woo! Okay, Demonetized really went for the drama angle at the end, trying to just limit test how far they could get that barrier back, or at least that's maybe what they'll tell you. But a great showing from Demonetized in the end, able to get this win and able to hold on here on Runasabi. Seeing the play of the game here from Element. Element was a standout player for Goblin Goobers today, but I gotta say, Demonetized, as this match went on, they just looked stronger and stronger.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I talked about at the beginning of the show, Demonetized having the most veteran experience across all the BPL in the C League. Goblin Goobers, a lot of rookies, a lot of first-timers here in the BPL scene. So it shows how Demonetized just, with that experience, able to take the victory at the end of the day. What an effort from Demonetized to get that win and being able to shoot it in pretty good fashion, especially with that reverse sweep.
Yeah, it was just going back and forth there for a while. That was a really fun way to end it, to be sure. And just looking at the stats once again, Bowsy, from that last map, both Baka and Element, so one on each team, 26 limbs. The DPS were showing up, but the leader in the limbs in the lobby was actually Spooky with 27.
Yeah, again, Spooky, that Reinhardt play was really starting to come into its own element, and that Ramatra play, when the Ramatra was thrown out by the side of Goblin Goobers, just really able to show that sort of impact there. Spooky really showing being not only the captain of his team, but being the leader, leading throughout the entire team. Again, a player who has been in every single season of BPL, showing their stuff here at the end of the day.
Yeah, really showing why Spooky's been around in BPL for a long time. A really good IGL, I'm sure, and just doing a really good job with leading the line on that Reinhardt. And it's so good to see Reinhardt back being played in the game, because there's nothing better than seeing a team follow that Reinhardt into battle, and it worked out really well, obviously, for Demonetized today.
Yeah, definitely Spooky's impact is why we are naming them the MVP of this series. Again, I talked about just the absolute amount of aggression we saw from Spooky, especially as we head into Neon Junction and into Runasapi. Spooky really was able to dictate the tempo of this, be that in-game leader that Demonetized really needed at the end of the day, showing why this team is really just a series of veterans and showing what they're made of. So Spooky declared the MVP here in this matchup. Really good job from the main tank player on the side of Demonetized, the captain of Demonetized, if you will, just being able to really make an impact at the end of the day.
And now I'm really excited to see how far up these standings Demonetized can go. They looked really strong in that first match, and they have, like you mentioned, a lot of veteran players. So I think going on in this C-League season, they're really set up for some success.
Yeah, definitely. As we see here, taking a look at the standings, Demonetized right now sliding themselves in second place. Again, one of only 2 teams this season to go to 2 matches this season to go to a tiebreaker map. Goblin Goobers, again, have some work to do, but they have plenty of season left, 4 more weeks to really get that stuff rounded up and get themselves back up in the standings here. For now, though, they're above Boundless Waltz, who did not have a great showing against Yatagarasu yesterday, but still, really good showing here from both teams, showing that they can have an opportunity here to make it work at the end of the season. But there you go, Demonetized taking the victory in a pretty good fashion here in that reverse sweep.
Yeah, nice reverse sweep. And hey, if you're a Goblin Goobers, you still got to be happy. I mean, with the fact that if you clean a couple things up, then maybe that map would have been a win. But if you clean those things up, you can definitely win some matches in the future.
Yeah, definitely. Really good showing again from Goblin Goobers. Again, the potential is there. We saw how good Skin and Element could do on that team. Just have to clean up a little bit of the rough spots, but they will be able to, hopefully will be able to get themselves into a good position moving forward. But that is it for day number 2 of BPL Season 8 regular season here, newbie. What an exciting matches we've had all day today. But we still have matches tomorrow as we take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Starting off here on the mainstream, Raw versus Pachisuba at 8 p.m. Another C-League match with 2 teams that are looking to try and rebound after a kind of rough knockout kickoff tournament here. Then those who Crow and Hongso will continue out the B-League here on the stream, as well as Slime City Monarchs versus Flying Blahar. So we'll have to see how these teams are going to play out, as well as Knights of Irvine and Elvish Soul Knife, and Danu versus Mango Nectar playing as well tomorrow. So a lot of great games happening tomorrow, newbie. It is going to be interesting to see which teams are able to take home the win.
Yeah, everybody's definitely going to want to tune in tomorrow. A lot of good teams playing and a lot of interesting matchups. Like, I'm really excited to see those who Crow versus Hamza. I think that's going to be a fun one to watch. But yeah, there's like wall to wall. There's going to be a lot of good Overwatch tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. We are in some very good Overwatch play tomorrow across every single league here in BPL Season 8. But that is going to do it for us here on the broadcast. For my wonderful producer, Solomon, as well as our amazing observers, Nock, June, Kothar, and Tracy. My name has been Bowsy. This has been Newbie to my left. And we thank you all for watching today. And we hope to see you tomorrow for more BPL Season 8 regular season coverage.